Okay, I think we are live. Yes, we are. We are live on Facebook. Woohoo! Check that out. All right, I'm going to see if I can bring in my buddy Doug Kaufman, and this is all new, and we're trying a new program. This is, of course, Zombie Palooza Radio Live, and I'm your host, Jackie Chin, and very excited to try a couple of new things. Some of you folks know that Google Hangouts on Air is not working any longer with YouTube. And so what we're having to do is go another route. And so we are using Zoom.com, not sponsored. Maybe we'll get them sponsored because we could show you some sponsorships. But in the meantime, what I'm going to try and do is bring you a full live 5-hour show, despite Mother Nature, who got kind of pissy wicked a little earlier, scary clouds and all of that kind of thing. So yeah, so give me a half second. Now there is a 30-second lag. That is a natural thing. It's between, I think, 15 and 30-second lag on the Facebook Live itself. And so I guess that's taking information from Zoom and transferring it over to Facebook Live. And so, yeah, so for anybody that has questions like that, so I'm going to go and see if I can find Doug Kaufman. Give me a minute or so to, I got to send a link and all that other fun stuff. So, yeah, let's see. How do I do this here? Nothing like trial by fire, eh? So hit the invite button. Heading over to gmail.com. Yeah, in the meantime, if you would like to be on this show, you can write us at Zombie Palooza Radio Live and let us know what kinds of things you do. We take everything in the horror genre from, oh no, DD's mic's broke. Yikes. Um, oh, oh no, we got to get you a new one. All right, so we're going to go over, and I have sent a link over to Doug Kaufman. So now I've got to go back over here and see if he comes into the stream. Hopefully it works. If you're going to be a guest on this show, what seems to work best is to get the link for the room itself. It's a meeting room to your email, and it doesn't matter, I guess, if it's a MacBook or if it is HP, like what we're working off of here, and send the link. If you already have zoom.com in your computer, I imagine it would kind of go a little bit quicker. So we're going to see how long it takes Doug to pop on in, and hopefully everything is good over there. So I'll message him on my handy dandy notebook and see if I can get him. And so I just messaged Doug to see if he actually got the link from over there that I sent over. And some folks are wondering how they'll be able to see this after it's all done. And what is going to happen is the show is going to transfer over to, okay, click on it. He says yes. Something. Don't you love new technology? So we're waiting for Doug to figure out how this thing works. I sent him the link. He says he got it. So yeah, in the meantime, after the show is finished, what we're going to do is it downloads directly to my computer, and I have tested this out. So a little earlier. Oh, there he is! Or not. Doug, you look a little dark. Well, hello. How are you?
I had my speaker muted. I could not hear you. I forgot all about that. Well, you caught me off guard.
I did.
Yes, you did.
So, how are you? What do you think about this the setup here?
From my, you're saying you're asking from a guest point of view, and from my side, I see no difference.
No difference from Google Hangouts on air?
Yeah,
That's
because
not a
I
bad
see
thing.
you. I see you. I see your face. You know, I can still do full screen if I want. So.
Is that better? Have you had any experiences where you wanted to hide? Like, you're
Right
in there
now,
and like no?
right, no, literally right now. I'm less than 3 hours away from my premiere on the trailer, and I don't know how well it's going to be received. So I kind of like want to crawl into a hole
Oh,
right now and
that
just
is
hide,
right. That's
and just hide for those 3 hours and just say, "Wake me up at 11."
that has got to be an exhilarating feeling though.
It is so real because it's you know I know a lot of filmmakers are probably going to say, oh, it's just a trailer, it's no big deal. For me, it is. It took a year to get this far, and this is my first one. This is my first feature. I am like, uh...
I'm super stoked for you though.
Thank you.
That's amazing. Do you know that you are in the top 1 to 2% of the entire indie community?
What?
The reason why you're in the top 1 to 2% in the indie community is because you started something, you had an idea, you went through a very long process of getting there, and then you actually fulfilled the result of a trailer. Now, trailers usually last, what, a minute to 2 minutes?
Mine comes out at exactly 1 minute.
Okay, so that in itself, the completion of doing that, puts you up in that top 1 to 2%.
Um,
Yeah, that's like bananas, we get a lot of people that they go, well, all right, so how many people do you know that have come to you and said, I got a great idea, and it's going to go blah 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 blah, and then crickets, yo. I got crickets going on here. I'm like, what the
un-
heck?
un- Unfortunately, there have been some times in my past, and I am not proud of it, that I have been one of those people that said,
Oh
"Hey, I
yeah.
got something," and a couple of them through no fault of my own have fallen through, and other things I was like, no, not right now, and I just postponed. But you know, this one,
It's amazing.
wow.
Right? And me too. I've started a lot of things and um, got maybe midpoint or started and it went, wow, that's really bananas. I really don't want to do that anymore because I've lost interest. Or I went, squirrel. And, that happens for me. Oh, it's a thing. But to be able to go and take an idea and actually run with it. And then, do you also know that you're in the top 5% too?
On
People that get ideas and they like are either new at it or they don't have a whole lot of experience, don't generally tell people they know. Top 5%, that could be maybe 5 to 10% of people who have artistic ability and are really excited about, putting a project together, are afraid to be able to
put
talk to
themselves out
people
there.
they know. Yeah, because well, part of the reason is because they have a fear of
Rejection.
it's horrid.
Yeah, it happens a lot. I see it a lot. I have no shame. I'm an open book. If I write something and I want somebody to check it out, hey, I'll put a notice up. You know, heck, I even forwarded over an early preview of the trailer to you.
Hey,
You know,
we have Steve Peterman, who has been such an amazing individual with our page and all that. He's right there. He's always with the like, or he's with the share, or something funny to make me laugh, or sometimes even things to make me, like really think about what's going on. And yeah, right now I don't have anybody to monitor the Facebook side of things with comments. So because if I go over to Facebook, I will get that lag that's going on.
Yeah, that echo.
That in my ear, and it'll be like, damn. Hi, Dave Boswell just checked in. I'm going to see if I can keep track of what's going on with my phone. I did turn off my ringer dingers and all of that other kind of thing on here. So real quick, I want you to give a shout out for Horror Hotel for next weekend.
Yes.
Do that for me while I go and I get our first victim of the night.
Well, next week is obviously Horror Hotel. Both Jackie and I are going to be there. She's going to be doing a full 5, 10, maybe 15-minute interview with whoever's there, directors, writers, actors. I'm going to be doing more of like the ZPR on location, man on the street type interviews, quick 2-minute, outside smoking a cigarette. Hey, you got a minute? Pull you off to the side. We welcome everybody. Horror Hotel is also a place where if you've never been, you're going to find real quick we're family. So if you're in the area, I definitely recommend going to Hudson, Ohio, June 6th through 9th for Horror Hotel. Say hi to the fabulous Christina Michelle and Ray Zuch. They are absolutely wonderful people. And stop by and see my tall, lanky butt and Miss Jackie in the vampire outfit.
He's very, very tall, and I think the first time that I'm trying to go over here to invite. I hope this is going to work. Like I said, this is like a brand new banana boat that we're riding on here, so it's going to be a little bit of a lag, but I'm working as fast as I can, and yay! I think I got it. I found out that you cannot, when you're doing a Zoom and you are recording, you can't minimize the screen to be able to go run over to do the get the guest. So I'm like, it's good that I'm not afraid of technology because
oh, let me turn this thing off.
Yeah, ringers and dingers and all of that.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, like I said, you caught me wicked off guard. My laptop was still upstairs. I can't turn on my living room light, and I get this message from you at 5 minutes of 8 going, help!
I need some. Yeah, my normal co-host, Dora William. Unfortunately, I think something really bad happened with his
family or what?
Microphone.
Oh.
Crashed. All right, so I don't know if Christopher can hear, but Christopher, and I think it's our 10. Oh, yay, there he is.
Yay!
Woohoo! Come on down. Now we got the screen of blackness going on, so I don't.
Darkness.
I know. So
Darkness falls.
let's go ahead and see if you can find your a video button so we can see you. If you can hear us, go ahead and give us a shout out so that we at least can hear you.
Hiya, Jackie. I can hear you.
Hi. How are you?
Hey, here he is.
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I am doing just amazingly awesome. All right, so I would like to see if we can get some video on you. Do you have, as you're scrolling around on your screen, can you see anything where there is a little video, something?
It should say stop video, maybe?
Yeah, it does say stop video. Do you want me to hit that?
Hit that and see what we got so that we can actually get a view on you.
Not a lot at the moment.
No, that actually did the opposite. There's something going on with his camera, maybe.
Let's have a look. Aha!
Ah, there we go.
You did it! Look at you! You are in glorious color! Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, that went easier than I thought it would.
So, all right. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to first introduce you to Doug Kaufman. And Doug, do you want to hang with us or do you want to go? Because I know you've got some stuff and you might be.
I would love to hang, you know me, but seeing as how you got the show under control, I'm gonna let you go for now, and I'll come back at my normal spot at 11:30.
11:30.
Right.
We're going to be seeing Doug Kaufman. He's going to be talking about his trailer, Tell Your Children, and talking some about Horror Hotel in
yes.
June.
11 o'clock is the release party.
Yes.
All right.
Good luck with that, Doug. Take care, mate.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
Good job. Bye. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Look at you. You are wonderful. All right. So for folks who do not know who you are, or actually what side of the planet you're on, why don't you go ahead and let us know about that while I pull up your information.
Okie dokie. Well, I'm Chris Artinian, Christopher Artinian, as it says on my book covers. I'm a horror author. I'm based in Scotland, the Isle of Lewis to be precise, which is like 32 miles off the mainland coast. I've written 10 books. My 10th came out yesterday, and we've got another one coming out at the end of this month. So it's busy times for us at the moment. I've got a few series as well. The one that came out yesterday is The End of Everything, and the one that comes out at the end of this month is the series that I started with, Safe Haven. So that's me in a nutshell.
Your background. Did you send me back your email?
Yeah. You've got the bio and the details about the website and all that kind of stuff.
Got it. All right. So I'm not really able to open it up on my Gmail on here, so I need to be able to look at it from this point of view. Whoa, that's tiny print. Yikes! Challenging. I tell you, we have like a new program that we're using and all of that, and such. So you know what, I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way, and I'm just going to ask you questions about your latest release.
Okay.
I'm going to take notes.
Okay, Jackie. Well, the latest release, like I say, came out. It's book 3 in the End of Everything series. Now, I became full-time author back in January this year. And since then I've been bringing out a book a month, and this series it was a bit of a departure for me. It's very different. It follows the story of 2 teenage sisters, Robin and Wren, and how they deal with the aftermath of a zombie apocalypse, and they didn't get on before it happened, and they kind of get used to each other on the road and grow closer and closer, and it's a little different to Safe Haven. It's not as dark as Safe Haven. There's a lot more humor in, but I think it's very similar in some respects as well, because it's character driven, like the Safe Haven books are character driven, and you can like really understand, you can really get to know the characters. Yeah, and it's been very interesting, because it was a completely different level of success for me with the End of Everything books. I mean, book one became a bestseller on Amazon. Last month we won the Zombie Book of the Month Club Award.
I saw that.
And
that's why
yeah.
I was like, I got to get this guy on my show, because there was so much popping about not only your the way that you're branded, but people are very, very glued into the kind of content that you create, and there is a very large buzz. So I was like, I need to get some of that on the show. What do you think you have to do in a sea of apocalyptic, post-apocalyptic, and dystopian genre to be able to stand out from everyone else? Because I see something with the way that you not only present yourself, but with how your work is presented that is different.
That's an excellent question. I mean, I genuinely love what I do. You know, every single part of the job. I really love it, and I've got a fan club across on Facebook, and the guys there, absolutely amazing. They're so supportive.
Give a shout out for your group.
My fan club, it's the Christopher Altinian Fan Club, and I think we're 659 members as of this evening, and they are just an incredible bunch of people. Unbelievably friendly, very engaged, very engaging. They love talking about post-apocalyptic.
When you talk about engaging, what kinds of things are very prevalent with how they talk to you beyond the hello, do you have a good day, that kind of thing? What is mainly on their mind?
Well, I mean, we love the post-apocalyptic genre. I mean, we have there's a lot going on constantly. I run competitions and that kind of thing, and the knowledge that these people have, you know, not just the written word, but film as well, when it comes to the genre, is incredible. And the main thing that just bowls me over about the group time and time again is how supportive they are, not just of me, but of fellow members. I mean, when we greet new members, you know, they're like I say, falling over themselves to say hi, to welcome new people. When we have a competition and somebody wins, they're falling over themselves to congratulate them. And you know, that's
not fake, because I've seen
right.
some groups. Won't mention no names, but I've seen some groups where it's like they're doing it so that they can maybe get swag, or they can get some kind of I don't know, butt kissing going on or something like, and it comes off, if you know what to look for when you see something that's working, and when you see that, it comes off sticky sweet, and it is not it's not compatible with what is the overall. And I don't see that with the group that you have. That there is genuine.
Yeah, I mean, we're incredibly lucky. I mean, you know, they're just this most amazing group of people who bend over backwards to try and help you, and bend over backwards to help you promote the books, as well as, you know, supporting the rest of the group, supporting each other. It's a really, really nice environment. And I think that has been one of the biggest factors behind certainly the success of The End of Everything, because I had a head start when I brought the book out. There was already a lot of anticipation for it from the fan club. And then they went above and beyond to help me promote it. And, you know, I'm unbelievably lucky for a lot of reasons, but I've got this amazing wife who does nothing but tries to push my books.
Does
And
she have an amazing name?
she does indeed. It's Tina Metcalf. You'll see her all over the place. And, you know, we are a partnership in every sense of the word. We're a partnership because, you know, yeah, I write the books, but I mean, she's always there, always helping me do the promotion, always helping me, you know, because Facebook can get very busy and they don't always notify you about everything that's going on.
Yeah,
And
sometimes they quash things too. You put something out there and it's kind of cool, and they're like, blink, and they're like,
that's right. And I try to make sure when somebody is saying something about me or to me, it is very easy to miss it. But I mean, she kind of scrolls through everything, and she's like, oh, by the way, did you see so and so's comment about this? And I went, no. So
what is the most in your, let's see, I got lots of questions going on here.
Okay.
What is the most surprising comment that you have gotten since you've started your movement upwards? From a guest, or, you know, someone that is around you, maybe a guest in your home or a guest on the page where they're talking to you?
I mean, I get lots of surprising comments because I'm not, you know, I'm not used to this kind of level of support that I get from these people, and you know, they're always rooting for me, which is, you know, it's wonderful. And you know, you get a comment about how somebody has been so looking forward to reading one of the books, and you know, you find out that one part of the book got them in tears, you know, tears of sadness, tears of joy. I've had hundreds and hundreds of comments that have all been linked to emotional responses to my books, and it always takes me by surprise. It always leaves me in wonderment that I can make an emotional connection with somebody in that way. And you know, I can't pin it down to one single comment. It's lots of them, but you know, it's all about making that connection, and it has happened a number of times. And like I say, I'm just always in awe that you know, you can have that kind of a relationship with a reader. It's something that I'll never get used to, Jackie. It really is amazing.
Let's get into the nitty gritty, because if you've heard anything about this show, you gotta know she's going to start hammering you with questions.
Okay.
All right, so let's talk dialogue. All right.
Okay.
Because dialogue is what drives the motivation, the scenery, all of that in that dialogue, because that dialogue doesn't match the character. It doesn't match the background where they're in, where they've been placed. You're going to look at that and go, what? And you're going to close it or turn it off. So let's get into that aspect of dialogue. What is it that you need to do to start fleshing out a scene?
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, dialogue is, as far as I'm concerned, it's probably what drives my story more than anything else. And it also reveals more about my characters than anything else. I tend not to write pages and pages of description and that kind of stuff. I try to do as much as I can with dialogue. And last time I was on the show, I was telling you about how I actually write, and Double D came up with a great quote about method writing.
Yes.
And that's basically what I try to do. I try to get inside the head of the character, and I try to see a scene and develop a scene how they would see it. And so the dialogue comes from that as well.
Do you
And
speak out? Do you act it out verbally? Do you have someone help you sound it out, or does this all go into the thought process of how it's done, and then it just goes onto the page?
no, I keep it all in my head. It wouldn't be healthy for other people to hear what goes on in my head. So yeah, I just kind of keep it all up there, and then put it straight down onto the page. But it's an interesting way to work. It always keeps me excited, and I've just put the finishing touches to Safe Haven Book 5. And what we tend to do, I tend to write in the same room as Tina doing her work. I've got a pair of headphones on and I'm listening to some wacky music that she wouldn't want to listen to anyway. And I'm there typing away, and there are a few emotional scenes in Safe Haven Book 5, and she was kind of on her laptop working, and I heard her stop typing. And she was looking across, and I literally had tears pouring down my face. And she goes, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" And she was really concerned. But it was the scene that I just played out. I'd got so invested in it because of what.
Let's stop right there.
Yeah.
That's a key word. Key word for anything when you're an entrepreneur is the investment in. Ooh, and I just got like. That doesn't happen too often. Being invested in what you do as a creative is going to spill out into whatever that is that you make. When someone is very invested in their content and they are thinking about the process and they're working it out and they're going through all of those emotions, whether they speak it or if they're just feeling it, that shows. And that, I think, is a big part of why people are so invested in your work.
Well, yeah, I mean that's
and that's not trying to blow sunshine up your tookie. That's the thing of it, because with this show, I've seen a lot of people come on, and yeah, they may be excited about what they're doing, and they can probably talk for hours about what they're doing and what other people are doing, but not every one of them is coming from that point of view of investing in what they're doing so that they can feel that they've given everything into the product that they're handing to their audience. And that makes a difference. Uh-oh, I think I lost your feed. There are storms that are still in the area. And hopefully, it says internet connection unstable.
We're back on. We're back on.
Yes.
Is that the storm outside affecting you?
It's back. What's back? Yeah, it's our storms.
Yeah, I saw the pictures earlier on.
I was like, oh, bloody hell, this is going to be whoa. And then it started like coloring, and then started reminding me of a horror movie, and I'm like, this. So we are talking about investment. Let's move on. We're talking about investment as far as investing in the dialogue and going through all of the effort to be able to pull out what you need to put on the page for that scene or that character.
Yeah, well, I don't. Whatever I've done in life, I always commit to it, and I think if I put anything down on a page that didn't actually come from my gut, people would sniff it out in a second. It wouldn't seem authentic. So when I'm writing, I have to put everything I have into it, and it's actually become a lot easier since I've been able to do it full time. I mean, I work pretty long days. I've got quite a strict regimen when it comes to my work, but I do. It has helped an awful lot. I mean, when I was working full time and writing when I could, I was I was only able to do it for like an hour here, a couple of hours there.
It's
and all
hard
that
to
kind
do it in sprints.
Yeah.
It's almost like you're running a marathon when you're doing something like that.
That's
And
right. That's right.
I got a couple of shout outs for you.
Oh, crumbs.
Yeah. On the thingy over here. We have Tony Tremblay, who's going to be on, I do believe, right after you.
Okay.
And and he says he's a CD, you are a CD man, an old school music lover, a man after my own heart. Woohoo!
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm a huge,
Sue,
music lover.
Thank you. Sue Jackson says, really loving the interview. Awesome. Thank you. And look what you're doing.
Sue.
You're making people very, very happy. All right. So we talked a little bit about your fan base. We talked a little bit about getting into how you do the dialogue and things of that sort. What I'd like to do next is talk to me about character building. And I know that dialogue is all part of that, but if you don't have the right character that fits what's going on, you're not going to be able to have a production that's going to be lasting. So let's talk a little bit. How is it that your characters appear to you?
Well, I have a basic idea about a character when I start something, and then it is the dialogue and the action which kind of develops them. They're all very organic, and I don't start with a load of preconceived ideas about who or what they are, and you'll find throughout the books that the characters all develop emotionally. They're not the same character in book 1 as they are in book 4. They're a result of what's happened to them, and you can see this in Safe Haven. You can see this in The End of Everything. I did some standalone prequels to Safe Haven as well, which are specific to the characters, and they were a lot of fun. They were quite challenging to do, but they were a lot of fun to do as well.
Talk about the challenges that you have when you're creating a character, because although there are people out there that say that each one of these characters is actually some persona that is within the artist that is creating them. But even though you might have a good spec or even a huge piece of what that character's values are, morals and ethics, all of that kind of thing, you still have to filter out what their nuances are so that you can have a truly individual persona as a character. So talk about that.
Yeah. Well, once again, this goes back to dialogue and actually building the scene, and that's what creates my characters. And one I can talk about in particular. There's a baddie called Fry, and he was like a really, really nasty piece of work. And it was one scene I was writing very early on when he appeared that kind of helped me shape his entire character. There's this scene where we're first introduced to him, and it's how he interacted with the other people, some of the goodies, and there were just, it's like I say, I try to put myself in the scene, and I try to see what the character sees. And I was looking at this guy from one of my other characters. It was a female, and she was like trying to figure out what he was about. And
Mm, I think it cut out again. Oh,
her interaction with him.
mm,
So
okay.
it, that's how I build the characters. It's like little block at a time from all the interaction and all the dialogue, and you can kind of, when you piece all that together, you start to understand how they'll actually deal with certain situations, how they'll respond to certain situations, and that's what I do. I don't know if it's what other authors do, but that's how I build a character. That's how I piece them together.
Music is something that helps pacing with films and allows for the character to arc in a particular way or to give the audience some sort of buildup or
Yeah.
a release. Do you use music in the way that you do creation? I remember from earlier you said that you listen to music, but is that something that you choose as you are always writing or only for particular kinds of scenes?
No, I write with music all the time, and depending what I'm writing, depends on what I listen to. Most of the time, I listen to. It's always got to be instrumental. I cannot listen to any lyrics, anybody singing when I'm writing. I just can't. It just mixes everything up in my head.
Okay.
So I listen to a lot of instrumental music, and there's one band in particular who are my go-to band. They're called Godspeed You Black Emperor, and they're a Canadian band. They're just they come under the post-rock genre, and they're just the most amazing group I've ever been lucky enough to see. I saw them live once, and it just blew me away. But you can like you find them on YouTube. They've got a few concerts on there, and it is the perfect music for me to write to. But then, occasionally I want something a little different to that, and I'll listen to, Max Richter and the Leftovers soundtrack, or Hans Zimmer and a Batman soundtrack, or something like that. Something that possesses, drama and pace, and something that builds and builds and builds. It obviously is dependent on what kind of thing I am wanting to write, but like I say, Godspeed are probably my go-to group. But yeah, I mean, I'm somebody who most of the time I don't want quiet. I want something in my ears while I'm writing.
I usually listen to techno or even nightcore or just like really wild music like that. Sometimes symphony, depending. But
Yeah.
All right. So, how many times have you been interviewed?
Oh, crumbs. Quite a few now.
A lot? All right. So we're going to stop there.
Okay.
What is one question that you haven't been asked, one topic, one either bugaboo or something very exciting that you want someone in an interview to ask you?
What a great question. Well, hang on, I'm having to think about this one.
I love the cup, love the shirt, love the backdrop.
Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah.
Well, I've been asked an awful lot of things, but I suppose one of the main things that got me into writing in the first place, and certainly writing the way I do, is the when I was at A levels, I don't know what qualifications you have in America, but when I was a lad, between the ages of 16 and 18, we had something called A levels. And when I was doing that, I did something called theatre studies, which is basically drama with a bit of literature.
Okay.
on board. And I get asked an awful lot about did I always want to be a writer, and you know, what was the first thing I wrote and all that kind of thing. I never seem to get asked what was my first inspiration for wanting to do what I do now.
Regale us.
And
what was it?
That would have to be it. That would have to be it. It was theatre studies. And you know, when I was younger, I had weight problems and all that kind of thing, and I was very, very introverted. And it was when I went onto the theatre studies course, and I had these amazing teachers, a guy called John Sowerby and a lady called Leslie Gibbons, and they were absolutely incredible. And they nurtured the artistic side of me, which I didn't think I had back when I was younger. And they did everything they could. They fell over themselves to you know, bring out everything that I could be in drama, and you know, they encouraged me constantly with my writing. And
let's go with, okay, so you said one of the magic words here, drama. Only this is good drama, not the crazy you did what drama. What role did you play that most made you feel invested in who you are?
Well, it wasn't a role that was already written. Part of the final exam, you had a number of options. You could either act out a piece that you know, a classical piece or something like that. You could stage direct a piece, or you could do your own production. And I decided to opt for that, and I did this 10-minute solo production where I did all the writing. I had grease paints, wrote this script, and it was something that from somebody who never wanted to be around people because I was always very socially awkward, to being in a theatre on stage by myself in front of like 180 people. It was like, you know, two different worlds, and that made me become somebody completely different. And I still remember the play to this day. It was called Visions of Pain in a Bottled Sanctuary. Lots of teenage angst in there.
Wow.
But yeah,
Deep.
I mean, pardon?
Deep.
Yeah.
Very deep.
But it was something that I absolutely loved to do. And you know, looking back, it was pretty pretentious. But you know, at 16, you don't think like that. And
how was it received?
It was received very, very well. And the
so
funny
apparently
thing,
not too pretentious.
No, it was. I was just speaking to my wife about this the other day, and we studied Stanislavski and Brecht, and you know, in the course you could study a couple of theatrical practitioners, and those were the two that we studied. And the examiner, after he'd seen my piece, he said, "Did you ever study Arto, who's another theatrical practitioner?" I'd heard of him, but I had no idea what he was about. I said, no. He goes, "Oh, I find that surprising." I said, "Why?" And he says, "Well, your performance, it reminded me a lot of his type of thing." And he goes, "He was insane as well." I thought,
maybe his cornbread wasn't cooked in the middle or something, but you know, on the outside, very nice. Something very attractive about that particular.
Yeah, I mean,
awesome.
it was. I really enjoyed that course, and that course and those teachers were probably. If I hadn't have done that, I don't think any of this would be happening now. So in all the interviews I've done, I've never had the opportunity to say a big thank you to them, because if it wasn't for them, you know, I'd probably be working in an office and never have any dreams of doing anything else.
That's amazing. So why don't you give yourself a minute or two to just strictly say thank you to whoever it was, go ahead and do that?
Well, Leslie Gibbons, my theatre studies teacher, and John Salby, who's sadly no longer with us. He was a truly wonderful man and passed away from leukemia. And it, you know, they were just these two most amazing teachers. And if they weren't in my life, I like I say, I wouldn't have been doing any of this now. But thankfully they were, and I am. And like I say, it helped me in so many respects. I mean, if I hadn't done that course, no way would I feel confident enough to go in front of a camera like I am now. I was just a completely different person back before I walked into that drama room. So yeah, I mean, out of all the questions, it was a great question to ask, Jackie. Out of all the questions that nobody has ever asked me, that's the one I wish they had asked me.
Thank you very much. You have someone in here that has been going woo 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 for quite a while. Let's see if I cannot butcher her name. Sheila Shed.
Sheila, that's my editor. She's lovely. She's a good friend as well. And you know,
how important is it to have an editor that is on the same track as you are?
It's very important. I mean, you know, editors. The person who edited the first two books, Rise of the Rams and Realm of the Raiders, she was absolutely fantastic. She was, you know, she worked for Oxford University Press, and you know, she was an unbelievable editor, incredibly proficient. But the subject matter wasn't something that she had a particular interest in. So technically, you know, she was absolutely brilliant, but you know, she wasn't really into zombies. I've been very lucky. I mean, Sheila, you know, Sheila is. So, you know,
it makes a difference.
Yeah, yeah.
But the other thing on the other side of it, sometimes it is not a bad idea to give your work to someone that doesn't know anything about the genre.
Yeah.
Because then they can, especially if it's like a film or if it's like a short novel or something like that, or a novella or some such, they can go and read it, and they're going to be, if you pick the right one, they're going to be honest. They're going to be like,
yeah,
that's really interesting, weird good, or if that's like, what, or it makes sense, or they got invested in a character or a situation, or they picked something out of it that was something that they really interested in, and you were able to pull them in because of that.
Yeah.
It's not always a bad thing.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I'm very, very lucky because Tina is, I only have one beta reader, and it's Tina. And she is brutally honest.
You can do better on this. What is this? What were you drinking? Were you smoking something?
No, I mean, if she thinks for a second something doesn't ring true, she tells me, and you know, she'll tell me straight. And that's the great thing about having her read it before anybody else, because she cuts through all the crap and just tells me, you know, I don't like that.
You need someone that is going to, first of all, understand the genre that you're writing in, knowing what works and what kind of doesn't go with the flow of things, and then allowing for them to be able to read the information to see, especially if you're making a series, if it's flowing along with what's going on. That continuity has to be there, because if you're jumping around all over the place, then the person that's taking in that information is going to get confused, and you don't want that. Well, no, I backtrack on that. Sometimes you don't necessarily mind some confusion because maybe it's giving them new input, new information that they might not know about. That's different than going and confusing them, saying, okay, you started off this way and then all of a sudden you ended up over in Timbuktu somewhere and you're, oh, what happened?
Yeah, there's a difference between deliberate subterfuge to help the
Yes,
plot and just mixing stuff up because you've made a mistake.
right. All right, so guess what?
What?
First,
We're out of time.
first of all, I have to give another shout out to Marlene Hanson,
Oh, hi, Marlene.
who said that you are doing a bang up super job, and they really like what you're doing over here.
That's
And
very kind. Thanks,
all right,
Marlene.
so yay, thank you to everyone who is writing their comments. And this is the kind of direction that I really think I would like to keep this show going into, because when we're doing the YouTube, it's kind of sort of a disconnect there. While we're doing it Facebook Live, anybody can pop on my page, or if you connect and let people know, hey, I'm doing this thing here. All right, so we are at 8:57 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. What time is it over where you are?
It is 1:58 in the morning.
Thank you so much for
Absolute pleasure.
the crazy amount of time that you needed to do for this show. I'm quite sure that your fan base will appreciate seeing this as I upload it. Hopefully I don't screw that up, but yeah, do that. And so right now what I need you to do is give me your social stuff where you find everything, shout out for your group again, and your latest book.
Okay, Jackie. My latest book is The End of Everything, Book 3. You can find me on Twitter. You can find me on Facebook under the Christopher Artinian Fan Club or Christopher Artinian Author page. And you can go and check out my website at www.christopherartinian.com, where you find all the latest news as well as my blog and merchandise for sale. Ta-da.
Okay. We're going to call in our next guest. Give it 1 second though before you bolt. And have you met Tony Tremblay yet?
No, I haven't. But he's the CD man.
Oh, yeah, he's like, yeah. So what I like to do when I get things working in the right direction is have them meet each other, at least say hi, and see if I can, because I also told you guys that I would message you on the on the chat thingy. Tony, if you're listening, which I think you might still be, go ahead and click that link that I sent you in your email, and
yeah, I had to stop the video and then start it again for it to actually come up. So it's a little clunky, but hopefully we'll get.
What did you have to do?
I had to stop there's a little button that says stop video. I had to stop that and then press start again. We had audio, but I couldn't get the video up until I did that.
I tried to do a rundown to be able to get people used to what the new process is, but the other day I had to chase down someone of my family, and by the time I got finished with everything, I was like, I don't want a human anymore. I just want to lay down and crash out. So I sent the link to Tony, and hopefully he'll get it.
We don't have audio at the moment either, do we?
That I don't know. Give me, because I have to go like back and forth here. That I don't know. Give me. Yeah, we do. We have audio. All right, Tony, click the link. Push a button. Do something. I hope he's not having issues on his side. Right now, as you see, I'm looking down. I'm trying to message him, and there he is. And so, what did you had to click? Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
I see you.
Hi, Tony.
You there?
Mm-hmm. He's not having. Okay, so if you're listening to me on Facebook Live, you have to get rid of that so that we don't have extra audio.
Yep.
Got it? Awesome. So I wanted to at least let you two say hello and introduce yourselves and all of that kind of thing before I let our first guest, Christopher, go. So go ahead and do that.
First of
Hi,
all,
Tony.
how you doing? I can't believe you're up 1, 2 o'clock in the morning for an interview.
For this show?
Absolutely.
Heck yeah. Tell them why. tell them why, Christopher.
I was on the show before, absolutely had a ball, and I was delighted to be asked back. So, of course, I'd be here.
Oh, that's great.
Thank you, and thank you.
I see all those CDs behind you.
I'm looking at the ones behind you as well, mate. That's an impressive collection.
Oh, y'all got some stuff. You could put a gigantic store together. What is all of that?
Yeah, what kind of stuff are you into?
I'm into just about everything, but my favorite genre for music is probably folk rock, Neil Young type.
Right.
John Prine, that kind of stuff. I'm a little bit older. I was around in the late 60s and 70s, so I grew up with that kind of music, and it's never left.
Well, I grew up listening to my brother's like Yes and Genesis and King Crimson albums.
There you go.
And that's kind of stuck with me. So you'll find quite a lot of that behind me. But I dare say we've got some of the same CDs in our collections.
I bet you we do.
Well, it's lovely meeting you, mate. I won't eat into your interview time. You take care of yourself, and I dare say we'll run across each other again.
I hope we do.
Thanks a lot, Jackie. Look after yourself, and thanks for having me on again.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Woohoo! All right, so that is round one. This is now round two. We have Tony Tremblay here, and how do you say your last name? Because I don't want to be butchering it.
You said it right, Tremblay.
Yes! That was a guess, too. So, all right, for those who do not know who you are or what genres you create in, go ahead and let us have a go.
I primarily write horror. I've also written a little bit of noir. And in my latest release, it's a post-apocalyptic story, which is a little bit science fiction. But if you looked at the body of my work, gosh, almost all of it is horror.
So talk to us, give us 3 points that you feel either in written form or in film that must be there for it to be, number one, of interest to you, and then to carry into the works that you do.
3 points. I have to take notes. The first, obviously, I say obvious to me, would have to be atmosphere. If there's no feeling of dread, no feeling of suspense, it's just not going to work. So whether you're writing a novel, a short story, or watching a movie, you got to have that feeling of dread. If it's not there, it's just not going to do it for me. Second would be characterization. I mean, once you meet the characters, you have to like them, you have to identify with them. And that's one thing I really believe, is you can't have a story, whether it's a film or a book or a short story, where you don't have at least one likable character, somebody that you are rooting for. Most of my stories, in fact, I think all of my stories, at least have somebody that a reader can identify with, or you know, they want to take that ride along with them. And I think that's very important. The third one is the plot. Plot's got to make sense. If it doesn't, you know, you just don't care.
When you go into creating the atmosphere, what do you start to derive your inspiration for, like, I don't know, creating a scene?
What I do when I write a short story, and not so much in novels, but in short stories, I'll sit down and I'll actually write a couple paragraphs with nothing but atmosphere in them. And what I'll do is I'll take a look at where I'm at, where the surroundings are. I'll take note of buildings, the plants, the vegetation, other people, just to get an idea of what's going on, what's the atmosphere, how do I present where these people and the story is going. And I'll spend a lot of time writing and just throwing that stuff out in order to get the atmosphere that I need.
When you go and you start doing that, is it something where you are pulling out visuals from from either things that you've seen, places you've been, or is it something where you just allow yourself to have a blank canvas and start from whatever starts to pop in?
I do both, and a lot of my stories are based in Goffstown, New Hampshire, which is where I live. So if I'm writing a story that's based in Goffstown, I usually pick a location that I'm familiar with in Goffstown, and I'll start with that. And if it's there's a concrete bridge that runs over the river in town, I may put myself at that bridge, and I'll take a look at all the buildings surrounding it. I may look at the water. I may look at maybe some people fishing by the bridge, and I'll just start jotting all these things down. On my non-Goffstown stories, I usually do start with a blank piece of paper, and I'll just throw something in. It could be a drive-in theater. It could be an old cabin out in the woods. Whatever comes to me at the time. When I write short stories, I usually don't have an idea in mind. I'll just sit in front of a computer and start typing away. And once I start typing and I get that atmosphere that I want, then the plot starts coming to me, and then I'll start writing it.
Do you ever take
It's called
pictures?
pantsing.
Do you... Never heard the term before. No, brand new. I really swear, honest. Do you ever go and take photographs of any areas and then open it up, maybe either put it on a screen or print them out and use that as inspiration?
No, I've never done that. Everything comes from my head.
I enjoy doing photography to help me relax.
Mm-hmm.
And as you were talking about allowing yourself to physically be in that place where you start to draw that atmosphere and those ideas, for me, what I would do is I would go and I'd take a picture of what I see and then allow for that, because my memory is kind of whack and I don't always remember details.
A writer doesn't need a good memory, he just needs a good imagination.
When you go to writing the details for your scene, sometimes it's really important what you do not put into it.
Exactly.
More than what you do.
Mm-hmm.
Expound.
Like I said, I'm famous. What I do is I'll just write, and then I'll edit, and I'll go back and look at what I wrote right away. I don't finish the story and then go back and edit it. It may take me a week to finish 2 or 3 pages because I continuously go back and I re-edit. If I put something in a story that I don't think belongs there or doesn't sound right, I don't have a problem taking it out.
Okay.
And sometimes you don't know until you've got maybe a page or 2 done, and you just say, you know what I put in earlier just doesn't fit with the rest of this because the rest of this is going so good. Then I'll go back and I'll take it out. I'm not married to what I wrote.
That's an individualistic style, and it is really important to be able to have something that you are familiar with doing when you're trying to go perhaps writing into a different genre or maybe going to a place where you've never been before, those particular details are going to really need to be put in there so that people who actually live in those areas feel like they're connected. Talk to us about the importance of drawing the audience in when it comes to details.
It's when I first started writing, I thought it was really important to put down as much detail as I could. And when I say detail, I would put brand names in. I would talk about in detail what a building looks like. As I progressed over time, I realized those things aren't important. If anything, sometimes they're just word count fillers. You just put them in there to make the story get longer. I think what's important when you write a story is the three things I mentioned earlier. You got to have the atmosphere. The atmosphere's got to be there. It's so important to give a feeling of where you're at. And of course, details help, but descriptions, they don't have to be accurate to the particular place. You just got to give the reader an understanding of where he is. And like I said, I write a lot of stories about Goffstown, and people in Goffstown read those stories, and they're always asking me, "Is that the house up on the hill? Is that the building back there?"
Do you know what's cool about that? My husband, who writes post-apocalyptic, he very often writes about places that are real local. And when he first started putting his works out, people would come to him and like either write an email or they would stop at a place where he would frequent. And if they had read his work, hey, I went to that gas station where you blew it up and all that, and I know the people that are in there, and that was really, it was creepy weird, but it was creepy weird good. And they start to ask more questions about other things that have either happened in the book or if there's anything else that's going to be coming out. So it's a great way to be able to get that community investment into what you're doing.
Well, it's important. You're not writing for the community, obviously. When you write something, you're writing for the world, hopefully.
Right.
But community, in my case, is very important. I got my start in the community at our local library. We had a writers club, or they had a writers club. And someone suggested I join it since I enjoyed writing, and I did. And through that community at the library, I developed my skills, and I know an awful lot to those members of the Writers Club for really pushing me in the right directions and leading me to where I am now.
What is something that within the last 4 or 5 years that you have invested in yourself to be able to help push your writing further?
Are you talking commercially or
whatever it is that was important to you to do that you are now finding the fruits of? Let me say the fruits of your labor.
From a marketing or sales standpoint, in fact, I just had this conversation with somebody. I decided to get very involved with the horror community by going to conventions, particularly NECON, which is held in Rhode Island every year. And it's probably been one of the best things I've ever done in my life as far as making connections, making friends, and being able to talk to people about the craft of writing as well as the business of writing. And it's all done in a very informal atmosphere. And you make very, very deep friends. And I can't say enough about people going to conventions and meeting other writers and talking to them and sharing tips, asking questions. And you'll find this community, the horror community, is probably one of the most generous and nicest out of all the genres out there. And of course, I'm biased, but I really believe that's true. And everybody wants to help everybody.
Yes.
We all say the same thing. A rising tide lifts all boats. We all want each other to do very, very well. That would be the first thing I'd say is go to a convention, meet some of your heroes, meet some of the people that are doing very well, and talk to them. Ask them, the questions you need to have answered.
Have you been on any panels or
yes.
Okay, so talk about from the experience of being on a panel, what that's like, number one, for you, but then what it is like for you as you progress and move forward.
Well, I hate being on panels. I'm the kind of guy that likes to sit and think for a few minutes before I answer a question. But when you're on a panel, you do not have that luxury.
Yeah, they're like boom, boom, boom.
They are. Yeah, and if you say something stupid, there's no way to retract it because everybody hears you. But that's another way for you to get yourself out there, for you to learn by your mistakes.
Let me ask you this. I know somebody very, very close to me who's very, very good at what he does, but he is very
introverted.
Oh yeah. And there are people that are really excited about what he's created and they want to talk to him about it, but when it comes to talking about that, it's difficult. Were you at any level like that when you first started having people come up to you and say, hey, are you the author that wrote so and so, and how did you interact? How did you do that? Is there any kind of tip at all that you can give to help ease somebody into that?
Yeah, the only tip I would give, and that's only based on what I did, is to be yourself. When you go to these conventions, when you go to these meetings, when you go to these signings, and you're talking to other people, or people come up to talk to you, just be yourself. If you don't know something, admit you don't know it. If you want to have a question answered, ask the question. Just say, don't be afraid. Usually, any author worth his salt is going to be glad to talk about their work. They're just very pleased that there's a fan out there that cares. And I think new writers maybe don't understand that because they are shy or they are introverted. People do want to talk to you. If they read your story and they really like it, they want to tell you that. They really, they want to reach out. And as an author, there's no better compliment. And you just got to sit back and accept that compliment for what it is. And I do have a hard time taking compliments.
Because it feels weird, don't it?
Well, I have a hard time taking compliments. You're right, because it is weird. But you got to remember, it's not about you. It's about the reader. It's always about the reader.
Yes.
And if they think enough of your work to make a comment, to go up to you, to shake your hand, ask you to sign a book, that's what it's all about. That's what you're living for. That's what you want to do. You want to make people happy.
Exactly. All right. So, how many books do you have out for consumption?
I've got 3 as of this week.
Do you have them with you?
I've only got 2. I've got.
Let's do a show and tell.
The first one, I don't know if you can see it, it's called The Seeds of Nightmares. It's a short story collection. It was my first one. And after that, I wrote a novel called The Morehouse. The Morehouse has done very well. In fact, I got nominated for a Bram Stoker Award.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I went to Michigan and went to the ceremony.
Did you? What was it like?
It was fantastic. It was a lot of fun. You talk about meeting your heroes. I mean, there were so many people there that many of them I met, but many of them I haven't met before. And just to get a chance to talk to them, Jonathan Jantz, I've talked to him on Facebook forever, and I finally got a chance to meet him. And there's so many more people like that there.
Oh yeah, it's an amazing. Horror Writers Association is an amazing group, and there are particular things that you have to do as an author to be able to get into there, but they also have, or at least they did, a way for fans to be able to join as a a supporter of Horror Writers Association, things like that. It's been a long time since I've looked at any of that stuff, but I think there's a way for just regular people who don't write to be able to support them too. Over the last 6 years that I've been doing this show, I think we've had at least 2 or 3 years where we did 5-hour shows with nothing but Bram Stoker winners, and we've also brought on people who have been nominated. I don't see, although some people are going to go, there is a difference because one's got a trophy and one doesn't, but if you're nominated in that bunch, then you're doing something that a lot of other people aren't doing, and you're getting that recognition, and that is a powerful thing.
It is. When you look at it in my category, which was the first novel, they pick. There's a process where fans can fans that belong to the HWA can vote.
Yeah.
It's up to the jury to decide. But when you think about it, out of all the books that are published, a nominee's book got that far. So if they're looking at hundreds of books or thousands of books, I don't know, they pick 5. They narrow it down to 5. Being one of the 5 that is considered good enough to win a Bram Stoker Award is such an honor.
Yes.
And I am, I can't tell you how pleased I am.
It's a kick in the pants. It's like, it's like that, give you that, we see you, we feel you, now you feel us, and we would like you to do more, advance more. And within that group, I know that there are so many people out there that are genuinely interested in giving their brands of knowledge base to others. There's mentor programs and all kinds of things that are part of Horror Writers Association.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So congratulations for your nomination. That is amazing. And give another shout out for that book that won that nomination. That's
The Moore House, published by Haverhill House Publishing, Twisted Publishing, a division of Haverhill House, and John McElveen runs that. And he's my publisher, my best friend. The guy is fantastic. He's got one hell of a press, and it's going to make a lot of waves in the years coming up. He's doing it now.
Hook me up with him so that we can help him make some waves, because we need some new blood over here. All right, so speaking of new blood and horror and all of that kind of thing, a lot of people who have invested years in fields where there is high tension. We're talking military, we're talking police, we're talking ambulance, EMTs,
school
security
teachers.
People. I was a substitute school teacher for a number of years, and what I did, a lot of them can't do. Yeah. I would go to the jails and substitute there. And one of the reasons why they allowed me to do that is because I had martial arts training. And they figured, well, I'll give this a whirl and see what happens. So I never had, I didn't go in there scared. And I think that that's part of why I got the respect that I did. If you go in there and you have fear about being eaten alive, you're going to be sitting in a corner somewhere,
you're going to project it.
It's the same thing with putting out creative work. If you have a fear that that's not going to be accepted well, then you might put it out there, but then you're going to rip it back because you're going to have all of this anxiety about whether or not it's good enough.
You have to promote yourself.
Right.
You had martial arts as a background. Writers don't have anything like that to bring in except themselves. So they have to fortify themselves. They have to go out there. They have to push. I've got 2 great publishers, as I mentioned, John McElveen with Haverhill House, and I've also got David Wilson and David Dodd with Crossroad Press. They're both great publishers and great editors, and they stand behind me. And if they like it and they work with me, that means you have something. A publisher's not going to take something they don't like or they don't enjoy. They want you to make money. They want to make money.
Well, a publishing house, what ends up happening is they're putting together a business, and this business has to have a particular example of what their highest point is. And that work, if they achieve that, is going to have to be consistent with all of the people that they put into that house, because they're
You're only as good as your
representing
authors.
right. And the other thing is, oh Lord, I could go off on a really long tangent about this kind of stuff, but I'm gonna tell you out there, if you are an indie publisher, you have a publishing house, you've been doing it for a number of years, those people that are putting their blood, sweat, and tears into the work that you print is why you have a publishing house. And so always respect what is happening. If you don't work well with the people that you're bringing into your house, it's like a regular house. If there's issues, you got to work them out, and you got to make sure that you can either make it better or you have to move forward. And so it's very, very fortunate that you have good people that are,
I have the best.
their houses. And so for those who are indie creatives that are out there that are looking for indie houses, and maybe they've been through the gamut and they've seen some things, take a look at what is being done here with this gentleman's publishing houses, the people that he respects enough to give his work to, and see if things match up with where you're at. If they're not, then maybe you need to start looking around, shopping. So
never hesitate to ask other authors about a publishing house.
Right, because you're either going to get something that's like really, really, clear and resoundingly, okay, this is good, or you're going to get an earful. And people, many times when they've had situations where they've gone awry, will stay quiet. They won't open their mouth and say anything. But then there are a few that are like, hey, this is my experience. This is what happened. Not trying to bash anything, but anyway, so moving forward from all of that fun stuff, talk about plot. When you have a new piece and you are working for that place where you're at that aha moment, how do you go about getting there from seed idea to that plot where you're like, plot twist, boom?
As I mentioned earlier, I'm a pantser. I don't have an end game. When I write a story, I sit down with a blank page and I start writing. I get the atmosphere, I get the characters down. I'll have an opening scene. I'll have something that that'll come to me, and I'll start working from there. But for the novel, The Morehouse, I just took it chapter by chapter. I wanted to make it scarier and scarier, and I just had that in mind. And once you're about, say, halfway through the book, you do get an idea of how you want it to end or how it must end based on what you've written already. So there's not a real point anytime during the writing of a book or a story where I say, okay, I've got it all now, I know.
So basically what you're saying is there is a kind of sort of a method, but there is no method that is set in stone where that that's what's going to happen right then and there.
Chris Golden, who's a New York Times bestselling author, used to look at me and other pantsers and say, you're not really pantsers because you really know where this stuff is going.
See, and that's what I think too. But y'all choose what you want to call yourself. And I'm thinking there's method to this, and I don't care what the heck he says.
The thing is, I may wind up changing an ending of the story about 3/4 of the way through because something else has come to me, or some of the characters have actually come so forward in the story that they demanded a change. So you wind up, fitting it. You don't want to be stuck. I don't outline because I don't want to be stuck following an outline where all my characters or the plot up to that point, it just doesn't make sense to end it that way. It'll feel fake. It'll feel false.
Mm-hmm.
The knock on pantsers sometimes is that the endings of books or stories seem to go on and on and on. They don't end. I'm not like that. I mean, I have a very definite end. I mean, I'll leave room for a sequel or something else to come in, but
Okay.
there's definitely an.
Have you ever had a character go against your moral viewpoint?
Oh yeah, many of them. I write horror, so a lot of them do. But
how do you go about, or is there any one particular character that you were really taken aback by where they went?
Yeah, well, there's one character, and people that have read the Morehouse probably know what I'm going to say, and he's called Father McLeod, and he's actually I won't say he's based on a friend of mine, but he's based on a friend of mine who's Bracken McLeod, who's also a very good, and I consider him a very famous writer. He's done very well, and I started out almost as a parody because he's I don't want to say a Satanist, but he doesn't believe in religion, doesn't believe in God.
Okay.
So I thought it'd be interesting to use his character as a priest. So I made him a priest in this book. And as the character developed, all these actions that he wound up doing were getting worse and worse and worse. And I loved it and I had a great time. My biggest problem is, oh my God, what's Bracken going to say when he reads this? But I did show it to him. I did ask him for his permission. I wouldn't publish it without doing that.
Now let's because you bring up a very good talking point here. All right, so there are some editors that you start to build a rapport with, and they get used to your style, and then plot twist. And you kind of maybe, I don't know, you go off the rail a little bit or a lot. How do you go? You already mostly said it, but how do you go and introduce something that's going to say, this might twist your hairs a lot and you may scream?
Yeah, I do that a lot on purpose when I'm writing a story or writing the novels, that novel and what I'm working on now. I think the reader loves being knocked on their butt. They love a twist, especially if they don't see something coming and it happens and you do it the right way. They love it. And the best example I can think of that, off the top of my head is Keelan Patrick Burke wrote a book called Kin. And in the story, there's this one character, and the character seemingly dies. But there's a scene that comes out of nowhere where he's actually been buried inside, I believe it's a bear, and he gets rebirthed. I mean, it was such a plot twist that nobody saw it coming, and people loved it, and the book did fantastic. He did very, very well with it. But because of that plot twist, it became something that the people heard about it, and they wanted to read it. And that's what a good plot twist can do.
That also is what makes you have a signature.
Mm-hmm.
All artists who have been creating seriously and investing in what they're doing have a signature. Would you say that you have already acquired your signature, or are you still developing it?
Well, no, I think I have. When it comes to short stories, I usually have a twist. And then the twist, usually you don't see it coming until it comes, but I always try to make it make sense. And when I say that, it usually has to do with something that started at the beginning of the story. So I don't want to give any spoilers out,
Right,
but
yeah.
if you're reading one of my stories, there may be a piece of information in there that's inconsequential. You might think, oh, it's just okay, that's nice. But the end of the story, the twist comes, and it all goes back to that little piece of information that I gave you that you might not have noticed or recognized at the beginning. You go, oh, yes, of course, and it makes sense.
Do you know what that makes me think of? All right, so I love 30s and 40s style film.
Yep.
And
Noir.
yes.
Yeah.
And I don't get to talk about that too much, but in that, because it's black and white, there is a lot of room for subtlety. And when you're going and you're putting your atmosphere together and you're putting your characters together and all the other things that people are automatically going to see, they generally would put something in like that becomes really, really important for the end. That thing that they do also makes it fun to be able to reread.
Absolutely.
Then
and you do. You go back and you reread.
Right, you reread it. Not necessarily reread that same chapter over and over and over again, but reread the book, because now you're like, oh, I should have paid attention to that. And then they might find something else that allows for them to be able to read it in a new light. The other part of that is you look at characters differently then. And sometimes what you'll find is that there's a character in that situation that really, really reminds you of either a trait within you that you really like, or a trait within you that you really can't stand.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think every author puts a little bit of himself in every story. It's not every character, but there's got to be something of him in there.
Right.
Because he wrote the book. I mean, he wrote the story. I can't think of any character I've ever written that I would say was me. Maybe some of my thoughts, maybe some of my ideas. And since I write horror, almost all my stories have something in there that I would never ever do or never think about doing, other than for fiction.
I have some people that have a couple of questions for you. All right, so Luke Vors, who wrote a piece called Where Sleeping Dogs Lie, very good piece, says he wanted to know if you had an agent.
No.
Will you be seeking one?
No. At StokerCon, I talked to one or two agents. Right now, I have two publishers that treat me very well. If I ever get to and I do have a manager for movie rights.
And that was the other topic that I do want to talk to you about, but go ahead about the agent part.
Yeah, right now I don't need one. I'm not that popular where people are bidding against each other for my books. If that ever happens, I'll look for an agent.
We also have Doug Kaufman watching and Christine Hayton watching. And thank you very much for that. All right, so movie rights and all of that. You write very vividly, and you allow for these different kinds of things for the audience to be able to interact with and have their own personal experience with what's going on in the characters and the situations that you have created.
They should be seeing a movie as they're reading. That's my goal.
All right, so then let's talk about the importance of visual writing, because sometimes it's not that easy to be able to paint a picture.
Well, that's where atmosphere and characterization come in. Those are the two most important parts of in my opinion, of a story. I heard you talking about dialogue before with Christopher.
Mm-hmm.
Dialogue is important. It,
The signal got stuck on again. So, hey, Chin. He might be sleeping.
You there?
Yeah.
Okay, we lost you.
I'm sorry about that. It
winked out on you.
we have storms in the area.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping that it's still recording and moving along the way that it needs to. Doug says Jackie got booted. Yeah. All right. So we were talking about
dialogue.
All right. So please continue.
I can't remember where I left off, but basically I was saying dialogue is not as important to me as characterization and atmosphere.
Right.
It is important. For most stories, you can't, have a story without some dialogue. But
makes sense.
Yeah, I prefer when I read more of a literary approach to the story rather than dialogue. So I tend to. I use it. I have to use it, and I don't mind using it at all. But I don't put as much import in dialogue as I do the atmosphere and the characterization.
Okay, and apparently your people like reading and like following what you've created for them, else you wouldn't be here.
Thank you.
So we've talked about dialogue, we've talked about atmosphere and characterization. The next topic that I want to go to is something that I want you to choose. What is the next topic about the creative process that you feel is either something that is very difficult for you or something that you think more people should pay attention to? Without naming names.
No. It just came to me something that I think is very important. That it's hard. It's hard not to do in too many. A lot of people do it, and it's wrong. And in my opinion, when people write a novel or people write a story, they'll start out gangbusters. Gung ho is a lot of action, and people get drawn in, and they love it. In the first chapter, the first two chapters may be great. After that, they go into exposition, and they wind up talking about, everything about the character that ever happened, all the way back. If the character's 30 years old, they go back to when he was a kid, for God's sakes. It just ruins the momentum of anything you're reading. And there's nothing worse for me when somebody spends all this time on exposition, and it just kills any enthusiasm I had for the book. That's the biggest problem creatively. How do you give exposition, without just blabbing everything out? And you have to, in my opinion, is you have to do it with dialogue, but you have to do it in a way that just doesn't bore the heck out of the reader.
I have a two-parter. First part in my head, because I also dabble in writing. I have a couple of books out, blah, blah, blah. But I find that if I say it out loud, or if I have somebody sit with me and read a scene, that if I get bored, I'm like, oh, Helen, no, we got to fix this. Do you ever do anything like that? My co-host DD wants to know, how do you do that dialogue process? Do you talk to yourself, or do you talk it through with someone else?
When I'm writing a dialogue, I will, as I'm writing, mouth the words. I don't read it out loud. I don't go back over it to see what I've done until I finished it.
Okay.
But I mentioned earlier that I have a writers group that I go to.
Yes.
I'll bring the stories or portion of the novel.
So you do like a table reading?
No, what we do is we all get the work a week before the meeting. We'll sit there and we'll write it and we'll critique it. So when we do get to the meeting, we all sit down and we say, this worked, this doesn't work for this reason, or this works for that reason. You know, hey, you did a great job of foreshadowing, or man, you know, you really screwed this up because you're contradicting yourself here, or this just reads so slow. And that is so invaluable to me, and I would have guessed to other writers. Excuse me, I have a allergy problem.
Yeah, that's why I sound the way I do. Being able to have peers sit down with you
Yep.
and critique your work is something that a lot of the indie people who have been on this show and other people whom I've talked with in person, they don't have.
They
And
can though, and that's what, when people talk, they say the same thing to me. I say, go to your local library, put up a poster. There are people that want to write in every city and every town. If you have a free newspaper, they usually have a column where you can put things in there. Start your own writers group. If there's not one available, start it. The best place to go is the library.
help yourself.
Exactly. Just take that first step. And I know people that have done that, you know, where there's no writers group in town, or they don't know of any, that have started their own. Boy, they come back and they tell me it's going great, and they're learning, and it's fun, and the incentive it gives you to keep going is tremendous.
That's the other part of it. When I was in high school and I was very, very much into writing, there would be groups that we would have within the class that we were taking. And at first it was difficult to have someone read like something you wrote personally, especially if you were invested in it. But after a while, because it's the same people all the time, you start to leave that fear base someplace else. When that door closes and you're sitting in that room with them, they are purely trying to work to see how good y'all can make each other.
And if you're reading somebody else's work and it doesn't work, you know, it's just not doing it for you, you're learning from that too.
Right.
So not only is the author learning, you know, what works and doesn't, but so is the reader. So as a writer, when you see, oh my God, they did this, and it really is, you know, oh, I can't do that. You know, you just, that's how you learn.
Let's talk about what is really important, because we're on the subject of critiquing and things of that sort, and I don't get to talk about that too much on here. When you have a piece and you are critiquing something, what is really important to be able to give as information within that critique so that it is useful, a learning experience, and isn't so daunting for the person to read?
Well, it's all in the approach. You know, when you're talking to somebody, you got to let them know that this isn't personal, you know, and you got to tell them right up front, you're going to hate this, you know, if it's bad. You know, you're going to really be upset if they're not used to a critique. You're going to really be upset, but you got to know it's not personal. It's being done to make you a better writer. And there's two ways to critique. You can do a line edit, which is helpful to a lot of new writers who just may not understand, you know, how to write a sentence.
Right.
You know, and get it right.
Right.
And I fall into that category. I love line edits because I screw up a lot. So I don't get offended when someone says I used the wrong word, or if I used a word 2 or 3 times. I thank them. I say, okay, great. You know, I get to change it. But I think the biggest thing in a critique is to let someone know if they're failing to get their point across, an emotion across, or an idea across, why it's not coming across. And to be explicit about it. And it may just be, look, there's too much exposition, or this, you know, your fight scene just doesn't make sense. People don't do that in real life. You know, you got to be honest with them so they can go back and they can make changes and either resubmit it or just keep going and doing what they're going to do.
Do you ever do research?
For the stories, not so much, but for the novels, yes.
Why is it important to get it right?
Because a quick story, I wrote a story called The Old Man, and I'm not a gun enthusiast. I don't know anything about guns. And I had
pew pew, bang bang.
I looked on the internet. I got all this information. I had 2 characters, each had a different gun. Sent it to the editor, and the editor looked. He's just sent it back. Goes, Tony, this is a great story. I'm going to buy it. He goes, but you're really screwed up on the guns, and he's right, because he's a gun nut. If other gun nuts read that,
oh yeah,
come back and they would let him know. They'd let me know, and it could impact further sales later on.
Now you don't have to. This is one of those things where I cannot either confirm or deny. So it's like that. I'm gonna preface that with that. Something about a clip in a magazine. And how many boom booms and pew pews and all of that kind of. It's important to get the details right.
It is, and you stay away from them if you don't know them. You just don't write that stuff down.
Right, or go find someone who is very invested in that particular topic and pick their brain.
Yes.
See what they have to say. Sometimes you can get to very good information on the internet, but it does not beat someone who is totally immersed in that particular
Absolutely
subject.
Right. And I deliberately didn't put a lot of information down about the guns other than their make.
Right.
And that's what got me. He said, look, that make wouldn't work in this situation. So I said,
and that, right. Well, there are other things outside of artillery that won't work in particular situations.
oh yeah.
And that also goes with trying to mix genres together. I had somebody on years ago who said, oh, it doesn't matter what I put on the paper, they're gonna buy it because I made it. And so they take lots of different tropes,
Yeah.
put them together, put it on the paper, throw it out there, and if I catch wind of it, I look at it and I go, what did you do here? And they go, oh, well, it doesn't matter because it's all fiction anyway.
That's not how it works.
Drop that line as to why that's not how it works.
Well, you can't treat your readers as if they're stupid. You've got to respect your reader. Your reader knows quite a bit, more than you do about any particular subject or any given subject. So you've got to respect that. And you don't want to insult their intelligence. How many times have you watched a movie and something really dumb happens? And you just sit there and go, that would never happen. They would never use
your brain out of it. It's no longer brain candy. It's work, and it's stupid work.
Well, it turns you off.
Yeah, and so then you go and change the channel or stick the thing and throw it out. All right, so, wow, you are up at the 5-minute mark before the next hour, and I have to go get my...
I got to talk about the new book.
Victim. Yeah, so we got to get you in there, talk about the new book, then you need to tell us where we can find this stuff, and go.
The new book is called Blue Stars and Other Tales of Madness. It's another collection of short stories. It contains a novella, which is about, if I remember right, 35,000 words. It's a post-apocalyptic, I have a hard time saying that word.
Me too.
Post-apocalyptic story featuring a young woman as the protagonist. And I think people are going to love it. After that, there's, 10 other stories, all horror-based, but some different genres. Blah, for instance, a little bit of weird stuff in there. And it contains the first story I ever wrote and the last story I ever wrote. There's also, if you're a fan of the Moore House, there's a brand new story in it, the last story I wrote, with one of the central characters characters in the Morehouse, the pawn shop owner. So fans will love that story.
Very cool. Very cool. All right.
You can get it on Amazon, Apple, Smashwords, whatever it's called, Nook, just about anywhere.
If it's digital, I'm on it.
It's digital and paper.
Do you have an Instagram or anything like that?
You can catch me on Facebook. Just type in Tony Tremblay and I'll be there. But if you really want to know a little bit more about me, just type in Google Tony Tremblay author, and you'll get to me. There's 100 Tony Tremblays out there, and they're all took all the names. So Tony Tremblay author will bring you to me.
But that's good marketing.
I guess it is. You know, you want people to call you an author. So
Well, yeah, isn't that what you do?
it's what I do. I'm retired. It's all I do now.
That's very cool. All right, so while I go to try and get my next two guests
Go ahead,
for the next segment that we're doing, what do you think about your first experience on Zombie Palooza Radio Live?
It was fun. You thought you mentioned to me that you thought it would go faster than I anticipated it would, and it did. It flew by.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, so
Thank you, by the way. Thank you for having me on.
hey, thank you for making your mark and making it easy for me to be able to do this interview. I appreciate you very much. Is there anyone that you want to give a shout out to? Do you have any groups or anything like that? Do you have any fans that probably would like to hear from you or do any of that kind of stuff? Help me out while I'm trying to go and
You go ahead and I'll talk while you're doing that.
thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Yeah, it's a shout out. I mentioned him earlier, John McLevine, who's my publisher. Great man, great friend. I just love him to death. He runs Havel House Press. He's got all sorts of great books already out and coming out. And I want to talk or say thank you to my other publisher, who's publishing a new book called Blue Stars and Other Tales of Madness. It's Crossroad Press, and it's David Wilson and David Dodd. I also want to give a shout out to my favorite horror author of all time, James A. Moore. Great guy, and if you read The Morehouse, you know that James A. Moore is the name I took for the bad guy in The Morehouse. Also like to thank Christopher Golden, Bracken McLeod. I mean, these are all great people. I could go on and on. Marianne Halbert has got a brand new book coming out called Cold Comforts that I think people are going to love. Sherry Sebastian Gabriel, she's got a new book coming out called Spirits that I think people are also going to just go head over heels for. And John Bougia up in Canada, he's got a new book coming out with Haverhill House. And that's going to go wild. That's going to be great. Did I run out of names here?
He's like, what can I do?
I guess I did.
All right, I'm gonna go over and get Rick Danford, and then we are going to be looking for William Greff. I think it's Greffy.
While you're doing, I got one more thing to say.
Yes, go ahead.
We have a convention called NoCon that we hold every year in Manchester, New Hampshire. John McLevine and Scott Goswald and myself put it on. It's a low-cost event. It's only $25 for the day. We have all sorts of horror stars, horror authors coming, talking. We have panels, we have presentations, and we also have an award ceremony. That's September. I should know this. This is terrible. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
September 28th.
You do what you
Manchester,
gotta
New
do.
Hampshire.
I gotta find this guy's other. I had an email that was in here, and he told me that he didn't want me to use that email. Joshua, I am using your headset, so you're gonna have to find where my headset is. It's probably with Lee somewhere. And you're doing great. I appreciate you very much. Here's Rick Danford. He's coming in, and then, hi Rick, how are you? Why don't you introduce yourself?
Hi, Rick. I'm Tony Tremblay. You can't hear me.
Do I have sound on you, Rick? This is fun. Trying on my dog over there is like, hey, I want to join in the fun. All right, I'm getting the other one sent off, and I'm going to get back over here and see if Rick is. I have sound on you, I think, Rick. Say something.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can now. How are you?
All right.
All right.
I'm doing okay. How you doing?
I'm doing, you know. I'm here. All right. So we have currently with us Tony Tremblay, and he is a horror writer and belongs to a Horror Writers Association and does a lot of really, really cool things. And this here is Rick Danford. Rick, why don't you introduce yourself and let him know what it is that you do?
Hey, how you doing over there?
I'm doing fine, Rick. How about you?
I'm not bad at all. I'm an independent filmmaker, a director, writer, producer. I've done a couple of feature films, several short films. I'm a published writer. We just had one of my short stories get published in a book called Haunter's Tale that's available on Amazon right now. And I'm in pre-production right now for a short film called Blood Money that we're really excited about.
Oh, sounds great. You got a lot going on.
Oh, yeah, lots of going on. That's the thing. That's what keeps you young, right?
Do you think, Tony, do you think that you would ever step into the pool of doing short film?
I wouldn't. No. I'll let other people make movies out of my stories. No, I have no desire to be a filmmaker or a producer or direct. Nothing.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on to Zombie Palooza Radio Live. I appreciate you very much, and I'm glad that you had a successful event here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now.
Take care, Tony.
Take care. Yep.
All right, so we are here with Rick Danford. Now, I did send Bill a link to his AOL. And I don't know if he's seen it, so and I can't talk with him because he's not on Messenger.
Well, I did try to call him. I left him a message. I haven't heard back from him yet, but hopefully he'll figure out a way and log on.
Well, I sent the email thing to him like I sent it with you, and let him know that all he has to do is just click on the link, and hopefully he'll come in at some point. All right, so I took notes on your production.
All right, I like that.
I have to find them. I got so many, I have notes everywhere, and I might actually, maybe the book is backwards?
No. I think you also saw my Mirror, Mirror, A Tale of Blood that I sent you.
I did. That's what I took notes on, just kind of, sort of. But, all right, so, where's the... What's the wrong one? I have 3 of these, no, actually 4 of these bad boys. And I don't know if you can, like, see at all, but you should see Mirror, Mirror on there somewhere. All right. I only wrote 1 line, actually. I watched it. I already gave you a little bit of commentary about what I thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
The cool thing that I found within this 8-minute suspenseful film was, but what if it does?
I don't know, something hiccuped there in the video. I didn't hear what the question was.
Okay, so yeah, we got storms coming on over here. When I went and I watched it, Mirror, Mirror, I got to a point within the film where I heard a line that references something to the effect of, but what if it does?
But what if it? Oh, that's when they were talking about This wasn't going to bring her back.
Mhm.
And he's basically saying, if this doesn't work, then okay, but what if it does work?
Right.
And she does.
Right.
And that's when she tells him, well, we have the book to send her right back.
I have so many different kind of talking points about this particular film that my
Well, that's a
brain
good
is kind
thing.
of like going, "Bloop." But all right, so one of the things that I noticed that I really enjoyed was the coloring and the way that you used color, the deep, rich, looked like deep reds, almost veering on mahogany, and the dark atmosphere. But it wasn't something that was like, oh God, I've seen this before.
Mhm.
It gave a different kind of a perspective than some of the other things I've seen before.
Cool.
What would you like to say? Because here, this film is still in film festivals and things of that sort. So I don't want to give
Right.
any of what happens away. Besides, I would ruin it for everybody. But
I
talk
appreciate
about
it.
your choice of coloring for this particular piece.
Well, first off, just to give you a little bit of background on the film itself. This was something that I'd always wanted to do. It was part of what they call a creature feature film challenge.
Mhm.
And I've always heard about those different challenges and never partake in one of them. But I decided, let me go ahead and give this a shot. So basically what happened is we joined up and I kind of just winged it. I went in and joined up myself. I didn't have a crew or anybody together or anything. We went to their event and then we had two buckets. We had to put our hand in one bucket and pull out the genre. And it could have been anything from Western to musical or anything. And I ended up getting lucky and pulling out horror. Then the second bucket was the creature. It could have been anything from the creature from the Black Lagoon, Frankenstein, the vampire. I pulled out urban legend. Now, the moment you pull out those two items, the clock starts. I had 2 weeks at that point to write a script, put a crew together, cast it, shoot the film, and turn in a completed film that was no longer than 8 minutes long. So we really struggled to get it done, but we put together a real quick crew. We cast it. I wrote a script that I thought was really cool, and we ended up filming it and got it together. The actual film itself is 8 minutes long. The one you saw was 8 minutes and 23 seconds long, which was the final
The
version that we
extended
had.
version.
Right. We shaved it down to meet the 8 minute mark to get it into the festival. So that worked out. But I also wanted to put together something that wasn't just going to be one of those quickie little, 2-week film festival things that are only going to show at that one event and be done with it. I wanted to put something that was going to be good that I could send to other film festivals and be proud of. So we really took our time. Our DP, Chuck Terzian, is a magician. He wasn't just the DP, he did sound, and he's the one that also did a lot of the color correcting along with my friend Dale Tremblay. They worked together on doing the color grading and stuff, and they really, like I said, they really wanted to try and make something that looked cool, that the lighting and the color really stood out and separated from everything else. I think they did an amazing job.
So how much discussion was there about how that played out in it? Because sometimes color can be a character of its own.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Now, as far as how much conversation, we had some initial conversation in our initial production meetings, but like I said, bear in mind, we had no budget and we had a 2-week window to do this. There wasn't a lot of production meetings. There wasn't a lot of rehearsal time. There wasn't a lot of breakdowns. We didn't get to sit down together very much when it came to editing. So basically it was just my having faith in Dale and Chuck to get across what we discussed and get the tone that I wanted. And I thought they nailed it.
All right. So this piece has cinematic quality.
Thank you.
When you're looking at it, and I didn't know, I've seen a lot of stuff. I've been to film festivals. I've watched hundreds, if not thousands of films over the last 6 years. I looked at that and I went, this looks like it could be a trailer for a movie that is like, from Big House.
That's what we're going for.
How did you do that?
Well, like I said,
a small amount of time with probably no budget, all of that other stuff. How did you do that? Because people say that can't be done, but apparently it can.
No, it can be done, but it's just knowing the right people and having faith in the people that you have And I had worked with Chuck in a previous film before, and I saw what he was able to do, and I saw the drive and determination in this man. I worked with him on set and got a feel for just how this guy worked, and we had the same mindset and everything. So it was just like two peas in a pod when we got together, and I was dying for a project to work with him on my own with, and when this came along, he was the first person I asked, and he was just as excited about it as I was. And when you have that kind of energy going, we accomplished some really cool things. We got to work in a real haunted house. We worked until God knows what time in the morning, and it stayed fresh and it stayed active, and Chuck is just a magician. I cannot praise that man enough for what he did for us.
Okay. Sure, you need a good producer, you need a good director, and you need some people that really know how to do editing really, really well. But those actors, they looked like they've been doing this for years.
They have. Diana Durango was our main star, and she was absolutely amazing. She's somebody that I cannot say enough about, and I've got the good fortune of being able to work with her in a couple of upcoming films as well. But I was dying to work with her because she's an amazing actress. Bernie Rodriguez, Vic, oh my God, Lisa Yambo, who was also there, who played Diana's sister. I think I just got blessed to have it. It's hard to really put a finger on it and explain it to you, but it just seemed like with this particular project, everything just came together. I mean, the right actors were available at the right times. The right people, just everything clicked. The location clicked. It was a magical experience. It really was. And I couldn't go on and on about the fun that we had on set. I mean, I love that entire cast and crew to death, and I would do anything for them. And they just bent over backwards to help me make this the best it can be.
Okay, so now we're at special effects. Now, without giving everybody knows it's a demon, right?
Oh yeah, everybody knows it's Bloody Mary. We'll get it out. Bloody Mary.
Demon. Again, I've watched a lot of films, indie films and professional house films, and anybody with a butt can do special effects, but
maybe not right.
Right. There comes a point where you see that there's talent in what they're doing. So special effects, wonderful. But the actress that was invested in that particular part.
Hello.
Spot on. Very, very, very spot on. All right, so we have with us
William Griffey.
Griffey. All right, I was hoping somebody was going to say his last name before I butchered it.
Bill, how are you?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
We're doing well. We're chatting about my Mirror, and we were waiting for you, so you joined at the right time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us.
Listen, you're breaking up on me. I'm going to call you on another phone, okay?
Sounds good, Bill.
I'll call you on another phone. Oh.
You didn't finish what I was saying about Mirror. You were just touching on the special effects.
Yes.
The actress that you, her name is Rowena Hoover. She's the one that played our Bloody Mary. She did all that makeup herself. Yeah, Bill, go ahead and call us back.
Yeah, go ahead, disconnect. We'll carry on.
Okay, how's this? Is this better?
Well, I can hear you, but whatever you've got going on in the background, we'd rather not hear that too.
Yeah, hold on a minute.
Is that a train?
I got it wouldn't take. So how are you guys doing? I'll turn this off here. Hold on. So is this better?
Yes. All right. Thank you very much for joining us. So what I would like to do is properly introduce William
Griffey.
Griffey. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just call me Bill. How's that, Bill?
I'm going to be doing that from here on out. Thank you very much for that. All right. So Your work has inspired an entire generation of filmmakers, including Quentin Tarantino, who invited you twice to LA to screen his projects. You've also served as the president of Ivan Tors Studios and continue to enjoy working with young people in creating independent films. You have worked with William Shatner, Rita Hayworth, Cliff Robertson, Willie Pastrano, and Don Johnson, just to name a few, but I'm sure you probably worked with many, many more. And they have an extreme gratitude for your experience and your talent of being able to put to paper words that create some amazing films. Thank you so much for joining us on Zombie Palooza Radio Live. And again, we're here with Rick Danford, and we're going to be discussing all things film.
Well, Rick's a very talented filmmaker, director himself, so he's done some good stuff, so I'm glad to be on with him. In fact, we worked on one project together. And
Bill actually directed our intro for the Dawn of the Dead pilots episode.
Right. And then we did, Rick co-produced a little thing I did, which is on YouTube, called Thumbs, which is sort of a takeoff on young people today of what they're doing with their cell phones. And I think their cell phones are super glued to their hand, So we did a little 10-minute horror thing, which is on YouTube. So anybody is interested, go to YouTube and type in William Grefe, Grefe, Thumbs, and I think they'll get a kick out of it.
The film is also available on DVD, on a DVD called The Paranormal Club, and it's available in Barnes & Nobles, Amazon, and all over the place.
Right, good. So anyway, yeah, we got, I've got a thing coming up January 5th. Anyone's in the Miami, South Florida area, they're going to have me at a meeting. It's called the Miami Media Film meeting, and it's a big 3-day event for filmmakers, and they're going to have pitch sessions, and they're going to have even the head of the British film commissions flying over to be that. So they got, if you go on the internet, you'll see an evening with William Grefe. So I got about a 3-hour deal, which going to pick my brain on all independent filmmaking, I guess.
What are some things that you have learned from Bill, Rick, as far as how to structure your films?
Well, I noticed, because like I said, I did get to work with Bill where he directed our intro for Dawn of the Dead. We actually shot that over at MegaCon in Orlando, I believe it was. And then I got to work with him during Thumbs. And the one thing that I did notice with Bill is that he's very organized. I mean, he had when he got onto set, he had a good feel and a good idea of exactly what he wanted and what he wanted to see on camera. So he was able to articulate that to the DP and to everybody pretty much on the set. So we all knew pretty much everything that was in his head of what he was expecting and what he wanted to see. And that alone goes a long way to making sure that everybody's in the right place and everybody knows what we need to get, because he was able to get that across to everybody. So he was very organized, and like I said, he had a plan coming in, and that goes a long way.
Bill, do you you know what a Bible is, right? When it
Of course.
Yes. For those who are just stepping into the process of filmmaking, and they maybe say they have a bit of intermediate experience in doing this, talk to us a little bit about the importance of being able to have something in hand where they can just go and look at how the scenes are played out, how the lighting is, the direction, all of that.
Well, as Rick pointed out, the key is to be prepared up front, and you just don't go onto a set and wing it by ear. And most of the films I made, I shot. My record is I shot a feature film in 7 days, which it's still playing. In fact, it just played Turner Classic Movies. It's called Death Curse of Tartu, which is the monster in the Everglades, and so when you shoot a feature film in 7 days, you got to be prepared. You just don't go in and wing the thing. You know where every setup's going to be. And one thing I've noticed, it's difficult for young filmmakers like to raise the money. So they raise the money to do a film, and all of a sudden, wow, we got the money, let's shoot. And a week or two later, they're shooting, and they're not prepared properly. And then they wonder why the film goes over budget, or they've got problems in editing, et cetera, et cetera. So once you've raised the funds, then you want to take 6, 7, 8 weeks to prepare, make everything, every location, everything is ready to go, and not just start in and try to think you're a genius and try to get the thing in the can. So preparation is the key, and I think Rick will agree to that.
Absolutely. To me, the film needs to be shot on paper before you ever roll the camera. You have to have everything laid out, everything accounted for. You have to make every second that you have on set count, because you have to remember that you're paying actors, you're paying actresses, you're paying crew, and you want to make sure that you get, the most bang for the buck. And to do that in whatever scheduled time you have, you need to have a plan laid out and just step by step. So when you hit the set, everybody knows where to go, what to do, and what's next. And that's going to save you, countless amount of hours.
How long is the process that, I know that each piece, each film or feature or short film, or even if it's a microfilm, they're all different. But how long should you spend in designing how it's going to come out? And is there a point where you need to cut that off and move on to something else? And if you do need to do that, what is the next step after you've gotten your plan together?
I'll let Boo mention the most part of that, but the main thing is that it's really going to differ from movie to movie. It depends on how many setups you've got. That's going to really dictate just how much preparation or how much design you're speaking to. But Bill, you've got a lot more films under your belt than I do, so why don't you give her a feel for it?
Thank you.
Well, let me give you an example. I was approached by a guy that had a script, and he claimed he had $1 million to do this film, and he hired me to break the script down. And, the script was about 120 pages. I read 50, 60 pages, and I called him up and said, I can't do this for $1 million. And he said, why not? The guy in the first half of the script had 40 different night locations. And the guy has no concept what it is to do night shoots and move a crew to one location and wrap everything and et cetera, et cetera. So, when you try and figure your budget, you've got to have a script that you can shoot and not go insane with 10 million locations and, 100 extras in every shot, et cetera, et cetera. So it's designing, the script itself for the budget that you think you can raise the money. And you see, a lot of writers have no actual experience on the set. And so when they, write, they just write with their wild imagination, which is terrific if you've got $100 million budget, but if you're doing a low budget independent film, you've got to write it where it's going to work for your budget.
Thank you very much for that. we have a lot of authors that come on to the show, and every once in a while we get a few that are interested in taking their book to screenplay. Let's have a little bit of a discussion about some of the things that they must consider if they are going to try to write for a film production.
All right, what I do, I've talked to a lot of college film students and so forth. What a lot of writers forget, the name of the business is motion pictures. It's not stage, it's not radio talk show. And some of them just yakety, 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 yakety. All they do is dialogue, 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 dialogue. I'll give you a quick example. I did a film called Stanley, which is really a sort of a cult classic. It's about a Seminole Indian that lived in the Everglades, and he was friends with rattlesnakes and so forth. If you watch the first 10 minutes of that film, there's hardly one word spoken, but I directed the film and held the audience by moving the camera, moving the actor. So the name of it is motion pictures, not yakety, 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 yakety. And you see a lot of shows today, especially episodic TV, that they just talk. But really good films, like watch any of the old Clint Eastwood movies, Leone directed. I mean, the first 5, 10, 15 minutes of it, there's not one word spoken. The camera speaks. So that's my feeling. If you're going to do it, let the camera speak for you rather than yakety, yakety, yakety.
So, Rick, in the film Mirror, Mirror, the camera did a lot of talking. It allowed for me to become invested because I didn't know what I was going to be looking at. I saw a little bit of, the first couple of clues from the words that were, underneath the little blip before I went and clicked on the link. And I'm like, well, okay, let's see what this does. And what I enjoyed, like I said earlier, is the fact that first it had a very interesting cinematic quality to it. It did not look like it was an indie production. It had value to it.
No, I'm here.
And
okay.
It allowed for me to be able to start to become invested in what was going on. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, that pretty much ties in with what Bill was just saying. Essentially, you can look at the camera as a whole other character.
Yes.
I mean, that's why I was really excited about working with this Chuck Terzian, because he is a big proponent of camera movement. And that's the last thing that I can't stand in films, is that when you've just got a static camera on two people, like Bill said, chat, or whatever it is, move the camera around, different angles, use the camera, get some reactions, use color, everything that you can use. I mean, that's the thing, is you've got everything that you see through that viewfinder essentially is going to be in your eye and going to be something that's going to attract your attention. So use that. And rather than having people talk their way through it, let's have some movement and get people invested that way.
Bill, what I would like to have you talk about next is the quality of angle when it comes to a production. Going and shooting a scene, you can shoot it from straight on, but that's really boring. Talk about the use of angles when it comes to getting your point across.
Well, I'll tell you, anyone, which is sort of a lost art, if you look at any of John Frankenheimer's films, John Frankenheimer, he directed The Manchurian Candidate,
yes.
and et cetera. I mean, what John would do, John I met and had some good conversations with him, is he would constantly, he'd do a scene that would last 3, 4, 5 minutes, but the actors were constantly moving and the camera was constantly moving. And that takes a lot of rehearsal to block and make sure the actors hit their marks. Because, see, I started in stage. I did summer stock up in Woodstock, New York, and Chatham on the Cape when I was a kid. And, on stage, if you miss a mark, in other words, hypothetically, you're supposed to walk over the couch. If you miss it by a foot or two, no problem on the stage. But if you miss your mark a foot or two on film, you're cut in
it's
half.
like, you might get like, half a something, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I did a lot of stuff like, if you watch some scenes I did, like in a movie I did, Hook Generation, I'd move the actors and I'd do some shots that lasted three minutes, but they were constantly moving with the camera, which is becoming to me a lost art, because if you watch a lot of films today, I mean, it's fast cuts. Well, a chimpanzee could direct a movie with fast cuts, but let them try doing a 4-minute scene, and the camera never stops moving in the actors, and that takes a lot of rehearsal to block it properly and make sure everybody hits their marks and know where they're going. And what I used to do, a lot of guys storyboard. I never storyboarded, but what I always did is I made little charts where each actor would move to it and where the camera would move. And that's becoming sort of a lost art, but anybody that's interested in that should watch, especially John Frankenheimer was a master of that. So anything else?
Rick, would you?
Scorsese, I think it was Scorsese, did Goodfellas. They have like an 8-minute scene or whatever it is. That's basically like all one take. That is just amazing, with them moving through the club and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And you really feel you're part of the film in something like that. There's a short film that is one of my favorite short films that won one of my film festivals, the Halloween Horror Picture Show. And the short film is called Night of the Slasher. And the entire film is shot where it looks like it's all done in one take. And like Bill said, I mean, that takes a tremendous amount of work and preparation, because you've got to do everything from camera movement to the actors and actresses blocking, to dialogue, to everything. That's all got to be done in sequence, and they can't miss a beat and they can't miss a mark, or else it throws the entire thing off. When you've got a film like that, the entire thing is basically shot like in one take. It's just an amazing and incredible amount of work that I applaud. I mean, and like you said, that, like Bill said, that's a lost art that really is something special.
I'll tell you one film that to me was one of the greatest movement I've ever seen, and unfortunately I can't remember the name of the film offhand, but what it was a World War II movie, and two soldiers walked over a hill, and Dunkirk, which was where the British evacuated, and for 6 solid minutes there are hundreds of people in the scene and horses, and the camera just moves, and these guys move down the beach, and I mean, it was an incredible shot. And forgive me for not remembering the name of the film, but it was it took place in World War II, a British film, and it's about probably only 7-8 years old, but that they had every single extra in the thing. They actually were supposed to shoot horses, which they didn't, but they were trained horses, and at a certain time, boom, that horse had to fall, and I mean, but I'll tell you, one time I was at the Cannes Film Festival, and I met a Bulgarian. There was a Bulgarian film, the whole film had 10 shots in it. 10 shots. And it never stopped moving. And I wanted to meet the director, and the director was a woman director. And I talked to her, and I said, "This is unbelievable." She said each take they rehearsed for one solid week. 1 week.
Wow.
And then they'd shoot the thing, and like it would start like a close-up of a guy pouring a cup of coffee, and the camera would tilt up to him, and then he'd move, and the camera would pan, and cavalry would come in, and it was a war film, and it was incredible. But see, Bulgaria was under the communists then, and they thought nothing of time or money then. And there was a situation that they spent 1 week rehearsing everything. And what people didn't realize is when you do a scene like that, if the one that was under the most pressure was the poor assistant cameraman, because if that poor guy missed one focus, they had to shoot the whole thing over again, or if the camera operator just missed, or if one actor missed his mark, they'd have to shoot it. So they probably, after rehearsing the thing for a week, they probably shot the thing for 25, 30 times till they got it to perfection, But anyway, as I said, and Rick just said, it's a lost art today. It's all fast cuts, and a lot of that comes from the young generation is so used to disco and all the kind of music videos and all that.
Yeah, their attention span is like that of a gnat's butt, and you have to really get in there to get their attention. So that brings me to the next topic. How do you set a hook?
Well, the best thing I learned, I don't know if anybody remembers American International Films. They had either made or released 500 movies. And of the 500, they never lost a nickel, which there was nobody in Hollywood could claim that. And the head of that was a guy named Sam Arkoff. And the best thing he taught me, he said, "Bill, I have never heard of anybody walk to the box office, and before they plunk their money down, they say to the cashier, 'How much did this movie cost to make?' They go to the movie because of advertising. They go because of the subject matter. They go because of word of mouth. Something brings them there. So they don't care how much the movie costs as long as it's entertaining. And so you've got to, I always tried to either be the first or the second guy out with a trend, when a trend hits. Because if you're the fourth or fifth guy out on a trend, well, I'll give you a quick example. I produced and directed a movie called Mako, Jaws of Death. And I wrote that script about 2 years before Spielberg came out with Jaws. And I couldn't get arrested. Nobody would back me. So now Jaws comes out, and biggest grosser in film history. I mean, Life magazine, everything was sharks. Well, distributors and investors that had read my script 2 years before, they ended up throwing money at me. They knew I could get the film out immediately. So we literally beat Jaws out in Europe. And I shot a 7-minute promo reel before I even edited the feature. And from that 7-minute promo reel, they sold all of Europe because of the shark frenzy.
Wow.
And so if you hit a trend, you can cash in and make money. But if you're the fourth or fifth or sixth guy out, forget about it.
The next trend.
Huh?
Because then everybody's on to the next trend at that point, like we talked about the attention span.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
All right. So thank you very much for that. The next topic that I would like to discuss is pitch. Now, there are 3 different kinds of pitch from information that I found months back while I was looking at the topic itself. Please talk to us about any kind of difference that you've seen because of the fact that you have decades of experience in the way to pitch your film.
well, I've only had to pitch one of my films, and you want to hear that story?
Sure.
All right, I was in California at the time. I was president of Ivan Tors Studios, and we did Flipper and Gentle Ben and all those series. I was out.
He'd get dumped again. Josh, you might have to get off of there.
Are you noticing why too?
There's not only a lag, I think it stopped completely. So
It's been like
Boy, I said, my God, this could be a good movie. And so I went to see a distributor that handled one of my films called Wild Rebels. It was Crown International. And Red Jacobs was a crusty old distributor that had a cigar a foot long, one of those type of guys. So I went in to see Red, and I said, "Hey, Red, I got a good idea for a movie." And he said, "Well, read me the screenplay, or I'll read it over the weekend." I said, "I don't have a screenplay." Well, okay, well, give me the synopsis. And I said, "I don't have a synopsis." He said, "Get the hell out of my office. What are you bothering me for?" And I said, "Red, calm down now. Get Mark Tenser, who is his vice president, and a guy named Joseph, who was the head of publicity and all." I said, "Get them in and let me." So I told him the whole story. And Red said, "How much will you make this movie for?" And I said, $125,000. He said, "You got a deal." Well, his handshake was as good as 10 contracts today, because he was from the old school. And he shook hands with me and he said, "Bill, I'm only going to put one monkey on your back. You have to have this in the theaters April 15th, because that's when all the drive-ins open." Well, here it was the first week. It was like the 1st of December. And back then, I mean, today it's a no-brainer to shoot a film from a technical standpoint, because the cameras are fast, the lighting's fast, the editing is fast, everything is digitalized. But back then, it was 35 millimeter, and the editing took you months. So I knew I had to start shooting immediately, so I wouldn't turn the deal down. So I said, "No problem, Red. Okay, fine." So I was going to take the red eye back to Miami. So I said, "What the hell can I do? I got to start shooting in a couple weeks." So I thought of Gary Crutcher, Gary Crutcher was a pill popper. He was a drug addict, but a damn good writer. So I called up Gary and I said, "Gary, meet me at the LA airport. I got a deal for you." So he met me, and I sat with a yellow pad and I wrote down all of the characters in scene 1. This happened. It was all in my head. And this was a Friday night, and I said, "Gary, I have to have a screenplay in Miami Tuesday morning," which meant there was no faxes or emails or anything then. So Gary just popped pills, and he wrote for 3 solid days and wrote the screenplay. And we started shooting like a week later, and so anyway, that's the only pitch I've ever had to make. But why I'm gun shy of pitches, there's so many in Hollywood that you couldn't cut them with a machete. I mean, and you make a pitch of something original, and the guy you pitch to, he might not steal it, but he says to some, girlfriend or whoever, hey, I just heard a great pitch. It's about blah, blah, blah. She goes and has her friend, I just heard the greatest. Someone else steals the thing. So pitches they can steal real easy. If you've got a full screenplay and it's registered and copyrighted, you got a little chance, but still they can steal that from you. And
you can't copyright the concept. Copywriting your but you can't copy your concepts.
Right.
Anyway, I could. I don't want to bore you, but I could tell you one thing that I had written proof that they stole it from me, and I could never get any money out of it. But anyway, it's a tough deal, So I can't tell you much about pitches because I don't have much experience doing pitches.
That was a good story anyway. I loved hearing it.
Absolutely. That reminds me of a documentary that I watched about Jerry Lewis. And he had something that was similar where he had a film that he wanted to produce, and he went to the production company, and they said, well, that's all fine and dandy, but you need to have something that's a Christmas movie because Christmas is coming around. And he didn't have anything. And I think that is when he shot, what the heck was that? There was a film that he shot, and it was like only a couple of months, and he did a full feature because the guy said it needs to be a full feature and it needs to come out by Christmas. And he went in between scenes that he would do for the film that he wanted to do. He was working on this film that he needed to do so that he could get the money, the rest of it, to be able to finish production of the one that he wanted to do. These people back then, they didn't have any kind of, flip things like, digital, all of that. Everything was done by, you either really, really know what you're doing and you trust the people that you've got working with you, or it just didn't get done. And I have a lot of respect for the creation of how these films were originally put together, because they were really flying a lot of times by the seat of their pants, because they didn't really, they didn't have anything else that they could rely on. I mean, just look at how cameras were developed and how they figured out how to put them on tracks so that they could get fast action. Any kind of input that you would have, either Bill or Rick, about that kind of thing, the equipment itself, and maybe how things have changed for the better, or maybe we should start going back to the older process.
Well, there's a lot of things, especially now with, like Bill was saying, about how the new camera equipment and stuff like that. There's so many new things, and people are inventing new processes all the time. We did a short film called Alarum, and I had my DP, Darren Murphy, and we had this one scene that we wanted to track her down the hallway, and we couldn't afford to go out and buy track and do all that
it's
stuff.
Expensive.
Right. So what we basically did was we mounted the camera to a skateboard, and we were able to get the skateboard to go down, and it looked so cool. And then I did another short film called Bloody Mary, and we wanted to track her feet walking across the kitchen because she had like bloody footprints. So what we did was basically we put the camera on a tripod, flipped the tripod upside down, followed her with her feet along the floor, and then in post flipped the picture around so you could see that it was that way. I mean, so at the end of the day, when you've got no money, that's part of the beauty of independent films. You find ways to make it work.
Right. And on the other thing is the editing process. I mean, let me give you a quick example of the old days versus the new days. Like I directed a film called Impulse with William Shatner, and I'll never forget He was in a scene with another actor, and the other actor wasn't cutting it, so I knew I had a close-up reaction to Shatner. So we used to edit on a Moviola, which was the work print of the film. You'd look, and so I said, this actor's not cutting. I got to cut away to Shatner. And so we looked, and it was the assistant editor said, all right, let's see, that's scene 23, and that's in can 15. So he goes to can 15, we pull the can out. There's all these rolls of film in there, and we put them in the Moviola, and we study it back and forth. So this whole process is probably close to 10 minutes. Now, if I was doing it, I'd say close up Shatner, the computer, it's right there.
We got it.
That's the difference. See? And so in the old days, I mean, the editing was a nightmare. And now, I'll tell you one other thing. You're not going to believe this. When you did a final mix in the old days, we literally had a truck pull up to the editing room, and you had like 2 music reels, 2 sound effects reels, the film reels, so that was 5 reels plus 10 reels, so that you got like, you got like 40 reels. You would mount those and on a big MagnaSync thing on the wall, and there was no backup system. So you're doing a mix, and you get to, say, 700 feet, and there's a gunshot, and the poor mixer misses, and the gunshot's not loud enough, or it's too loud, or whatever. You had to go unload all of those reels, hand wide them down, and start all over again. Now, it's a no-brainer. Just do it over again. I mean,
good old.
So, as I said, the only thing has not changed is you're still dealing with actors, you're still dealing with crew members, and so you got to be an amateur psychiatrist dealing with the people. So that hasn't changed. But from a technical standpoint, it's a no-brainer to make a movie today compared to when I started.
Mm-hmm.
Bill, is there anything else that we have not covered that you would like people to know about your film experience, or about anything that you're working on within, like, say, maybe the next 3 to 6 months, or any place where you're going to be actually seen other than where you've already said, so that people may learn more from you?
Well, I'm invited, like I was invited up to Chiller in New York, and I was invited to Cinema Wasteland, I think I forget if Ohio or Michigan or wherever it was. So I'm invited to a lot of these grindhouse type things, and as I said, I've been invited out to Quentin Tarantino's theater twice out there, which they showed my films, and so I never know, if I get an invite, I love to go and talk to young filmmakers, but the one thing that I really get after these film schools, they don't teach the 2 most important things in filmmaking. You know what those 2 most important things are?
Paying attention to detail?
No. Finance and distribution. Got to raise the money. And once you shot the film, you got to distribute the film.
Mm-hmm.
I've been told that it's very, very important to already have a distribution plan and a marketing plan before you even put pen to paper.
Let me tell you how I learned distribution, and you're not going to believe this story. the second movie I did was called Racing Fever. And it was about these big hydroplanes that they race, and I won't give you the whole plot, but anyway, I went up back then. All distributors were in New York, and only the studios were in California. There was no distributors in California, so I went up and I slumped these damn cans weighed like 60 pounds.
They're heavy.
Apiece. Yeah, and I had two of them. Carrying, and I'd go to various distributors. So Allied Artists was a major distributor then, and I learned one thing: a vice president never makes a decision. So they screened the thing, and the vice president said, "Yeah, we like the film." And blah blah blah. And they jerked me around for 2 or 3 days, and so I got frustrated. And I called the president of Allied, who was at the studio out in LA, and his name was Steve Broidy. And I got through to him and I said, "Mr. Broidy, I'm here in New York and I screened my movie for your vice president. They won't give me a decision." He said, "Look, jump on a plane, get out here. I'll give you a decision immediately." So I flew out to California. I'd never been to LA in my life. And so I walked in the studio, and Steve Broidy and his entourage looked at Racing Fever, and they said, "Yeah, we like it. Yeah, bring your attorney in the morning. We'll cut a deal." So I faked it pretty good, and I was, yes, sir, yes, sir. And I left, and I knew one person in LA, and that was a guy named Dan Magnum that I'd been in summer stock with as an actor up in Woodstock, New York. And I call up Dan. I said, "Dan, I just got Allied Artists is interested in my movie. Do you know any attorneys that know anything about filmmaking?" And he said, "Well, yeah, I got a good friend that just opened his own office, and he knows about film, contracts and all." Well, even though I was a kid, I said, "Geez, I want some guy with a little gray hair. I don't want some kid out of, law school." He said, "Oh, no. He opened his own office, but for 7 years, he was head legal counsel for Allied Artists."
Yes.
Which was the company I was dealing with. So I hired him. I walked in, and Steve Broidy and his entourage, their mouths dropped open. My attorney didn't even have to read the damn contract. He'd put every zinger in the thing, So I made the best distribution contract: cash advances, guarantees, bankable guarantees, et cetera, And so I learned right there the name of the game is in the contract and negotiated and cash up front. So well, that's my story, how I learned by dumb luck. They thought I was a genius, but I was just dumb luck.
That's crazy. So, Bill, what do you think about your very first experience on Zombie Palooza Radio Live?
Well, great. You asked some intelligent questions, and I hope there's some young filmmakers that, got a little bit out of us, I said, I got a million stories, but nobody wants to hear them, But,
well, we do. We want to hear them. I love the idea of being able to garner information from people who have been in the trenches and know what it's like to be able to go through some of these experiences, because as you say, these young people, a lot of them, they think, "Oh, I've got a cell phone and I'm just going to go and make a movie." Now you can do that, but
I got something important to tell them. Let's say you raise the money and the deal demanded you get a name actor. So when I did The Naked Zoo, the script was perfect for Rita Hayworth. my total budget was $250,000, which was a lot of money back then. That was the most money I'd ever gotten to make a movie. And so I flew out to LA and I met with Rita Hayworth's agent. He wanted $250,000 for Rita.
Wow.
And I said, I can't do that. I only got $50,000 for Rita. No way, forget about it. No, 250 or no deal. So I argued with him, and so finally I call up my investors who were back in Florida, and I said, look, you got to trust me. Send me a cashier's check for $50,000. And they made a deal with a bank out there. I went and I picked up the $50,000 cashier's check, and I walked in to that agent, and I said, look, you and I have been arguing for 2 solid days. I only got $50,000. Here it is. I will escrow this in any bank in the state of California. That's it for Rita. And the guy said, you got a deal.
Wow.
So there's an old saying, money talks and what walks?
Yeah, that's true.
I don't want to say it over the air, but money
It's still
talks
true.
and
Yes, yes.
BS walks. And
Right.
so every agent will ask 3-4 times what they'll take. But if you got the money in your hand and you will escrow it, see, you don't want to just hand it to them because God forbid something happened that the deal fell through or you got sick or something. So you escrow the money, but you get what they'll do and what they always do is they make you escrow the money for a certain start date. And if you don't start on that date, then you forfeit the money, which they do that because most name actors are in demand and they'll set their time aside, So if you escrow that money, you better sure know you're going to start on the date that you escrow it for.
Absolutely. All right. This has been an amazing experience for myself, and I know some of the other people that are listening now are like, wow, this is really cool. Is there anything else that you would like to input before you say goodnight for the evening?
No, just there's an old saying in New York in the stage is break a leg instead of good luck. So all you young filmmakers, break a leg. I hope that your dream, and the main thing I have taught, I've got a bunch of grandkids. I've got so many great grandkids. We have a party, and I say, gee, you're a cute kid. Who the hell do you belong to? But anyway, what I've taught my children and all, you've got to do what you love. And if you, like my daughter, Melanie, if you look on the International Movie Database, she's the first AD in the DGA. She has done 100 major motion pictures or major TV series as a first AD. So she did what she loved rather than, just take a job. And so it's a tough business. And my grandkids, one is a still photographer. He got a nice job, but he, rather than just go to a regular job, he did what he loved and had talent for. So anyway, good luck to all the young filmmakers that might be listening, and do what because once you get film in your blood, you can't get it out. That's the big problem.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for being on Zombie Palooza Radio Live. We appreciate you, and we would love to have you back again.
Okay, my pleasure. And Rick, break a leg, old buddy.
You got it, buddy. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank
Okay.
you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Amazing information. Thank you so much, Rick, for bringing him on. Now, you haven't talked very much, so what I would like to do is bend your ear a little bit about your process with putting your films into film festivals, and give us a little bit of where'd you go? Oh no, I'm by myself here. Let's see if we can get Rick back in again. Rick, are you? Well, it looks like he's there, but he's not there. Sure. And like I said, this is a new experience for us. So maybe this would be a good time to be able to bring in Doug Kaufman. So I'm gonna do that. Hey, Doug, can you go to the link that I gave you earlier and go ahead and click on that? And we'll see if we can get Rick back too, because I did honestly like to I don't know if he bounced himself or if he didn't know that, you know, we were still chatting a little bit. But all right, so hey, this is live, you know. Back in the day, before they had all of this digital stuff, there, you know, what you put out there is what happened. And a lot of times what we tell people is we do not go and edit the shows, because we want people to see what our real experiences in putting together a 5-hour show and doing that all live. So yeah, let me see if I can actually bring somebody back, or you know, how this is going to play out here. Let me see if I can get see if I can get Doug back in here from earlier. And I'm also going to try and send a link out back over to Rick. Woohoo. Hi, Luke. You know, I might go and grab you if I can't get this other stuff to work here. Yeah, this is my first rodeo using Zoom and Facebook Live, and it's weird and fun and all of that kind of thing. So let's see. Let's see if I can go over and get Rick again. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but well, let's go and pop this over here and see if I can get either one of them back. All right, so while I'm trying to figure out what the heck I'm doing, I want to give a shout out to our sponsor. And very, very cool. Thank you so much to Elite Exhale. It is a vape product, CBD, and I've been using it for quite some time now, a couple of months now, and I am finding that it is very helpful for anxiety and for being able to concentrate, and it is also an amazing pain reliever. So if you want to try this out for yourself, you can either message me or send me an email at zombiepaloozaradio@gmail.com, or you can go and find the creative behind Elite Exhale, Tammy Bennett, and you can Facebook her and tell her Zombie Palooza Radio sent ya. And yeah, so I have no idea why nobody make Luke do a dance. All right, guys. It'd be really great if somebody, like, clicked the link or something, because I'm sure people don't want to see me flail here for the next hour or so. The fun times of doing live shows. Yay. Let's see what we got going on here. So I'm trying to get Doug Kaufman to come over and click a link so that we can talk about his trailer, Tell Your Children, and which is pretty cool. And I don't know if something is going on with the link itself. I think that we're still live over there on the Facebook side. I really would like, if you are clicking the link and it's not working, I need to know. So message me in like Messenger or something so that I know what is going on, since I'm trying to do this, by myself and all that. I really don't want to have to stop the broadcast completely. This thing is acting like they're not seeing the messages. I mean, is Facebook down? I know I'm still live. And I'm trying to wait, in a hot minute, I might bring you on. You know who you are. Hit the light over here so I can do at least a shout out for her hotel for Christina Michelle. Whoa.
What's the other light?
That's bright. But anyway, no, just leave it. Oh, you're back. What happened? Just Rick, what happened? Hello. Can you hear me? Yes, no?
I'm trying to get audio.
I got you. You did you blip out on purpose or did you get booted out?
I got booted out. I thought that it was done and rebooted me out.
Nope.
Oh.
I didn't.
Oh, okay.
Because before that happened, I was like, okay, so I'd like to talk to you about more about your film and the process of putting your film into film festivals and things like that, the benefits and all of that, all the kind of fun stuff. And yeah, so and I'm not doing it for like filler, because I really did want to have you on for that discussion. So so just to clear that up. So please.
Okay. As far as film festivals and such, I mean, I think I have almost like an unfair advantage in a sense because I run 2 film festivals.
Okay.
I've been running the Halloween Horror Picture Show for about 8 years now, and I ran the Saints and Sinners Film Festival for 12.
Right.
So I kind of have a good feel for the film festival circuit and basically what they look for and stuff, because I've had judges, I've had screeners, so I know the process and what people look for and stuff. So as far as my films, I've submitted to several different film festivals. I really tried to there's so many advantages that we have now that we didn't have a few years ago. Like there's, I guess the one that I'm going to brag about is called Film Freeway.
Yes, I love Film Freeway.
Highly recommend Film Freeway.
Awesome.
It's so easy to use, so easy to navigate, and I mean, it's just it's amazing when you set up your project. I use that for both the films that I'm submitting, and I also use it for my film festivals as well.
Give us some detail about Film Freeway and talk about like how their process is and all of that kind of thing when it comes to submitting your work?
Okay, so when it comes to submitting your work as a filmmaker, I have a filmmaker account. I've got a couple of my films and my script lycanthrope that's actually set up on Film Freeway. And the beautiful thing about it is because when you go in, like I said, it's so easy to manipulate. It explains everything to you. It basically takes you by the hand and walks you through the whole process. Setting up images of your film, synopsises, all the information that you need to put in there, setting up your trailer, the whole bit. And then once you have your film set up as a project, then you would have the option to go in there and what they say, browse the festivals. And you can look for certain key points, whether you want to look for live festivals, you want to look for where they have live screenings, whether they accept short films or not, the genres they're looking for. And you can use those different search criteria to find the festivals that you want. And when you do find them, you can even search by what they call relevance, which means, is this film festival going to get me the most exposure? Is this one of the top film festivals that people look for? Is this film festival one of the ones that is a potential Oscar-nominated film festival? So you can plug your films into film festivals that are going to give you the most traction.
Absolutely. Now, okay, so since you've run film festivals and you have also submitted to film festivals, you have a very unique perspective when it comes to the whole idea of film festivals. Say if you have, intermediate experience and you have a film and you've gotten in there, made a submission, taken care of it, and you have submitted it.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to us from the perspective of a potential film festival that is interested in that person's work.
Oh, we got somebody's door there. This must be Doug.
Oh, you heard me coming. Sorry about that.
That's okay. And now, as far as film festivals go, to answer your question,
thank you.
There's so many different, and that's the thing that you're going to learn as a filmmaker, is that some people get really frustrated because they'll go and they'll spend, because that's the thing, is that when you enter these film festivals, 99% of them are going to require some kind of a fee, and some of them can get pretty pricey.
Right.
I mean, most film festivals, I think on the average for the standard ones, it could be anywhere from $35 to $60, $70 for an entry fee. That's a lot to spend on one particular film festival that can turn around and say, hey, thank you for submitting, but it just doesn't fit our criteria.
Because you don't get that money back.
You do not get that money back. That
Oh.
money is gone. Right. So you really want to take time and choose your film festivals correctly, because there are some film festivals out there that are very, I don't want to say shady, but their criteria. There's books out there that have written about how they choose their films. Some of them don't even view the films at all. Maybe they'll look at a trailer, or maybe they'll look at who's in it or who it came from or whatever, and they'll plug their schedules based on criteria like that. And that's unfortunate to the filmmakers, because at the end of the day, you really want to see your film seen.
Right.
You really want to see your film, given feedback.
I mean, that's why you're doing what you're doing.
That's why you're doing what you're doing,
So-
exactly.
Right. So now, talk to us from you're presenting a piece of work to a film festival, and talk about the process for that.
Well, obviously with Film Freeway, it makes it easy for you because you can just go in and you can submit your film. It also gives you the option to submit like a cover letter where you can go in and explain to them that, hey, I'm so-and-so, I've got so-and-so attached to the film. It's shown in so many different film festivals. It gives you the option to pitch your film and its, value to them ahead of them actually seeing the film. But you definitely want to make sure that you have everything set up that you possibly can to give your film the best presentation, which means that you want to not only obviously have your film there, but if you have a trailer, if you can put together a trailer, make that available. If you can get poster art made up, make that available. If you can get your Facebook page, if you can get a regular web page, they have links for all that stuff because they're going to want to see something that has all that information together. It gives them more validity. It gives them a better confidence.
Credibility, right?
Exactly. It's all
Even
about presenting yourself.
if you do not have anything out there, even if you are brand new, you have to make it look like you are stable, you have a quality product, and that you have the ability to make it all the way through to the end. And if you waver on any of that, you're not going to make it.
It's all about first impressions. You want to make it look like this isn't your first rodeo.
Right.
You know what you're doing. You put your time and effort into this. You dotted all your I's and you crossed all your T's and stuff. So that's what you want to try and do.
what kind of work, what kind of preparation does someone need to be mindful of before they go and present themselves as a film producer or a director?
That's kind of a wide open thing. I mean, to me, like myself, before I started making my first films, I did as much research as I could. I read books. My first book that I read was a book by Robert Rodriguez called Rebel Without a Crew, which I highly recommend to any filmmaker out there. But there's so many books on the subjects now. There's so many things online. I mean, back when I was making films, we didn't have Facebook and all that stuff. So the resources just on Facebook alone is amazing. The groups that you can get into, the filmmaking groups, I highly recommend getting into some filmmaking groups because you can ask questions from seasoned pros and they'll come out and they'll talk to you. A lot of these people enjoy the opportunity to teach. Take advantage of that. That's free film school right there.
There-
100%.
There are some YouTube channels that are out there. I
Absolutely.
went and I researched pages and pages and pages and pages of brand new questions that I mostly didn't use tonight, but as
Well, can I
we're
put-
working along,
Let me throw one thing in there real quick to just go back on the subject we were just talking about.
sure.
One thing that I can highly recommend, one of my favorite, like I said, filmmakers is Robert Rodriguez. I just love everything about that man and what he can do. But one of the things that he does on his DVDs, and I'll buy his DVDs, even if I'm not interested in the film, which is hardly unlikely, he puts something on all of his DVDs called 10-minute film school. And every DVD, it covers a different subject. And that 10 minutes, he crams so much information in there, and it's mainly geared at the independent filmmaker, the guys who don't have the big powerhouse, production houses behind them that are doing their films on their own with a small budget. And he teaches you how to do certain things, and he crams so much information. So that alone is worth the
Can I
price of
interject something
admission.
real quick since we're talking about Robert Rodriguez? The
Absolutely.
film for the trailer that I just released for our feature, Tell You Children, the coloring is 100% Robert Rodriguez inspired from Sin City.
Beautiful.
With the selective coloring, just the red in this particular scene, or the red and the green, or the blue and the green.
That's awesome.
It gives it a completely different dimension. And I never even thought of doing something like that until I saw Sin City, and I was like, oh my God.
We were talking earlier with a previous guest about the importance and also the characterization of using color and how it can also be considered another character element into what your film is. If you're paying attention and you're looking at things that have already preceded you, like Mr. Rodriguez and his work, that would behoove you to be able to pay attention to that so that you can maybe use some of those elements in creations that that you're coming up with. It is extremely important, though, to not copy, but use elements into your own signature, into your own way of doing things. That way it becomes fresh.
Right.
Imitation is the best form of flattery, right?
Oh,
Exactly.
well, yeah, but you don't want to, I am so sick and tired of regurgitated. I mean, I'm like, people, okay, come on, please. Let's not make a, continuing remake of blah, blah, yada, yada, yada. I want to take this second in time to be able to give shout outs to the room. We have James W. Barker. Name sounds familiar.
I don't know where from.
Also,
I think
Michael,
he's a cool cat. I'm not sure.
Oh, don't get me started. He hangs out with DD though, so he might not be all bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so and we have Michael Aguirre that has been on the show before. He loves, and I mean loves, zombie culture, and I'd like to have him back on the show sometime soon. I haven't seen Michael in ages. I also have my personal stalker in the room. That would be Kenneth Chin, also
okay.
known as K.R. Chin, who is the author of a series of books, Survivors of the Apocalypse. And yeah, one
Couldn't remember his title.
And he
Thanks
shares her
for
last
being
name,
a
too.
dick. I appreciate that.
That's
We
what I'm
have
here
to
for.
have-
Anytime. I'm here all week, people.
Yes, oh, here he oh. Speaking of dick, come on, get over here, because now you just,
This show has taken a turn.
what time is this?
Coming up at 11:30.
Like, you know, here. Okay.
Oh boy.
Well, sit down and
Love the stuff that I
Doug's
do,
smiling.
get in trouble for.
pointed out the fact that I was having a memory lapse. Something you're not supposed to do. It's along with don't talk about the teeth, the things. No, that's about that whole Fight Club thing.
I can barely hear you, Jackie.
Yeah, I know. And I can't see you either.
She was reiterating something she's often said. The Fight Club rule number 1.
Don't talk about Fight Club.
Yeah. Only this time it's don't talk about the fangs.
Ah,
And memory lapses are apparently about the same thing. See, I have an excuse, okay?
Hey, I'm great there too, buddy.
yeah, I'm telling you what.
I can't hear what he's saying, but he's
Oh, we're talking about the fact that we have an excuse for the memory lapses. Who are you again?
I don't know. I'm off in the Twilight Zone a lot, so.
Oh, I plead guilty to that when I'm at work. I try to stay there. It's better.
My mother always said that we're from the planet Sparta, and I'm really starting to believe her.
Oh, man. Yeah, you guys were talking about Robert Rodriguez. I think one of my favorite movies of his was Planet Terror.
Yeah, with Rose McGowan.
and that M60,
That's why.
the M60 prostheses.
That was hilarious when I saw that. I was rolling.
Tom Savini played the sheriff in that.
Yeah,
Yep.
he wasn't the sheriff. He was one of the deputies.
Right.
Yeah, the sheriff was that old time cowboy actor, but I can't remember his name right now.
Oh, Michael Biehn.
No.
No?
Not Michael Biehn. Oh God.
I could have sworn Michael Biehn was the sheriff because remember his brother was the one that ran the
Rib House.
The Rib House, right?
Yeah, but Michael Biehn was actually running the show, but the sheriff was a cowboy hat wearing dude that was holed up in the house with his wife, who eventually turned.
Okay, I remember who you're talking about now.
Yeah, he truly is an old time cowboy film actor. So seeing him with a 10-gallon hat and the whole bit, it was a nice touch.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a fun movie.
Oh yeah, especially
Lots
with
of
that.
blood.
Well, especially that guy trying to rape the chick. Whoops, that didn't work out so well.
Wow. And Fergie was in that movie.
From Dix to Ray.
The one with the car that broke down at the rib joint?
That was her?
That was Fergie.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, did she look young in that thing.
She probably was young in that thing. That was a little while ago, I think. That wasn't, that was a few years ago. Remember she got attacked by the zombies when she was trying to get a car to stop on their highway?
Yep, and God, the guy that never missed, and the girl that wound up with the failed comedian wound up with driving past, and I think he told her it was a deer got hit or something.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that young kid. Yeah, that was with Rose McGowan. Yeah. Good movie. There's a lot of good zombie movies out there.
Oh, yeah. I hope to someday get one of my stories made into one of those good movies.
We're getting ready to shoot one now called Blood Money. I'm really excited about.
Okay, my co-author's getting a little bit upset, so I have to go back and keep him quiet.
I hear him. I hear him.
Yeah. Oh, poor boy.
Oh. Well, you see how that went, just like all over the rails. Anyway, yeah. So
Live. It's what happens.
yeah, it is. A big part of my appreciation for films and for radio, especially back when it first started, is that all of that stuff was live. And whatever happened on there when that camera was pointed at you and these people were watching, yeah, it's a thing. So. All right. Anything else that you would like to add into the conversation, Rick? Or if you want to go ahead and put out your socials and all of that other kind of fun stuff so that people know how to find your work, and also give some shout outs for your film festivals and where you're going to be next.
Okay. All right. You can find me on Facebook. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Instagram as well. The websites I would definitely recommend going to is you can go to mirror, a tale of blood.com. That's the short film, the Bloody Mary short film.
It's really good.
Thank you. As far as my film festivals go, you've got the HalloweenHorrorPictureShow.com. That comes up in October. And Saints and Sinners Filmfestival.com. We just had that at MegaCon Orlando. And then those are the two main film festivals. You can go there and check out some of the cool stuff that we've got up there. And our new film, which is called Blood Money. We've got a website we just put up called bloodmoneyshortfilm.com. You can go there and follow along. We're going to be updating that probably next week. We're really excited about that one. And hopefully next time I get on the air, I'll have some really interesting news for you on that one.
Very cool. Thank you very much for bringing yourself and our guest with you during your time. And we would love to have both of you back as soon as possible. So take care of yourself and break some legs.
I intend to. You guys take care and good luck. Thanks for having
See you later, Rip.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Woohoo, that was awesome. Oh my goodness. I learned so much from Bill as he was talking to us about his experiences and things of that sort. So it went really well.
Yeah, I was trying to listen in the background doing other things, doing the trailer and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been pretty good.
Did you launch your trailer yet?
Did I? Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's official live now. So I can only just sit back and wait.
Feel?
Sit back and wait and see if there's any reviews that come in for it, and see what happens.
Where's it? Where did you put it at?
Oh, I put it on YouTube on my channel. Just look for Angry Demon Productions on YouTube, and it'll say "Tell Your Children trailer."
Awesome. All right. Wow. All right. So, Film Freeway. Do you know much about it, or not anything about it, or?
A little bit, but not too terribly much. Only because I don't enter enough festivals.
Right. All right. So, y'all out there listening who are creatives in indie film, Film Freeway is the way to go. There are so many other places where you can put your work in there, but it's recommended from Zombie Palooza Radio Live and that you look at filmfreeway.com first. And once you do that, then you can compare what they do as compared to some of these others who are and can be very pricey. I've heard some of them, yes, definitely up to like $60 for an entry fee. And you have to keep in mind too, make sure that the quality of your film kind of goes along with where you put in the submissions, because there are a lot of people from all over the globe that will be submitting their works, and you want to make sure that yours stands out. All right, so I told you that I was going to be doing some research on, let's see, what did I say I was going to be doing research on? Let me think.
Knowing you and you want to learn something new, probably script supervising.
Yeah, something like that. All right. Yes, script supervisor. All right, just give me a minute. Hey, Chin, you want to hit the light over here so I can actually see what I'm doing? I do it myself, but I think the cord will pull out, and I'd rather not that happen. Turn the light on. Thank you. The other one. Well, at least I can, and if you give me a minute, Doug, I will.
Yep. Hey, I'm on your time. I got nothing to do, nowhere to go.
Oh, okay, so, just pop over here because I ain't got nothing better to do. Make the host feel real good. Remember, I'm the one that's going to be asking the questions too, so, remember I told you I did a lot of research, and that's, I don't know, 15, 20 pages of different questions that I don't really want to ask you right now. So we're going to be talking about script supervisor. And when you first started talking about your position as a script supervisor for this current film that you're working on, that is of someone else's creation.
Right.
I was like, oh, so what do? You just walk around with you walk around with the script in here, and you maybe tell whose line, what's the line, and give me the line, and all. It's way more complicated. Oh, what is that line? And all right, so I'm gonna rattle off a whole bunch of stuff here, and then we're gonna pick a particular topic. You've got prop continuity. Does it belong? Does not belong.
Right.
You've got time continuity. Well, there's a clock on the wall, the watch clock, you got the digitals. If you're doing something that's using computer and the actor is doing that, you want to make sure that the timestamp is read right. You have something called eyeline continuity. Eyeline continuity, when you are blocking out a scene, you make sure that the eyeline is where it needs to be, so you're not shooting from the nose down, unless that's appropriate. And you want to make sure that the marks are made properly. Then you've got recovery issues. All right, so recovery issues, think of a hamburger. And think of an actor at the top of the scene, yum, yum, yum. You're going to be, unless you're like ripping it apart, which is something totally different, and the person's eating or the person's drinking, you have to make sure that the cup, bowl, whatever you're using isn't necessarily opaque, so that when you go to do multiple shots, especially at the beginning of a scene, that this person isn't going to upchuck because they've eaten a bazillion, whatever the heck you are trying to feed them. Gack. All right, so there's wardrobe continuity. Hey, sometimes people cannot shoot an entire film piece in a day or a couple of days. Sometimes these film pieces, depending on the length and all of that, can take place over a few days, a few weeks, a few months, and in the extreme, a few years. And you need to make sure that wardrobe is the way it is. So that way, if you have someone that is wearing, I don't know, this looks purple on the screen, but if
No,
they're
I'm
wearing,
seeing blue.
if they're wearing a blue shirt, which this is, but to me it
Right.
looks purple. Make sure that it's the same thing.
Right.
If they have taken an item off on screen, you want to make sure that the next time that they're in there,
Gets
it's
put back on.
it's
Yep.
either still off or they are seen putting it back on.
Yep.
I've learned a whole bunch. Not
Yeah,
enough.
there's a lot of responsibilities.
So
And
then,
it's even more than that. You know,
right.
you got to look at like the script. You got to write down everything.
Right. So you need to make sure that it is consistently styled, that it's time appropriate, that you keep things out of shots that don't belong there. If you're using brand and you're trying to do that, you need to make sure that those items are taken care of, and you know, you don't really want to give someone market value if they're not like putting into your production. Then you have dialogue continuity, action continuity. How about the 180-degree rule?
That sometimes can be broken depending on what you're filming. Like we break it all the time in horror. All the time. You know, even though we know we got our shot in the like take 1 or take 2, I'll still want a reverse angle to see how it looks. You know, so we'll do a take 3 or a take 4, and that reverse angle is like, ooh, I actually like that, and it actually works with the scene.
Right. Then we have blocking for position, making sure that like what Bill was talking about earlier in our piece, if they're supposed to be in the shot, make sure that they stay in the shot.
You were still throughout that whole question. I didn't hear a word. You hung up there.
So
I'm sorry.
All right. So all right, we're going to give a an actual tutorial right now about what to do and not to do when it comes to that. When that kind of thing happens, I can see when your video stops, and what I will do is I will wait, and sometimes they will still be talking, and so I will look at you like I'm acknowledging you in real time, so that we don't have this pause, oh shit happened, and then we got to discuss it. I'd rather not do that.
Well, your screen is the one that froze. I couldn't see you or hear you, so that's why.
But on this side, it doesn't look like it froze.
Oh. Oh. Sorry. I'll shut up now.
It's all, you know, it's perspective, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
All about, all right, so talk about perspective. When you are shooting a scene, what ends up happening is if you're behind the camera and you're shooting a particular scene, the audience is getting your perspective of what you think you want them to see. Sometimes, though, when the audience is watching what you've shot, they see other things because they're bringing their own perspective to the ball game, so to speak. And the ideal is to get both perspectives to agree that this is what is happening right now. Talk about that.
Well, for me, you know, like I said, we do multiple shots. You know, we'll do sometimes a reverse angle, or we'll get it from a different angle, or whatever the case may be. Even though we're happy with it, we just want to see what else can be done. And honestly, I don't even know what shots I'm going to use half the time until I get it in Pinnacle, which is my editing software. And then I see visually, once I get it on my laptop screen and it's full screen, what clip works best for what I want to tell. Sometimes I'll come in with the normal angle, but I love something that was caught in the background on this second angle, so I'll change it real quick and then come back. So you're seeing everything from almost a 360-degree angle.
That brings it to something else. All right. Multi-cameras set up in different angles.
Mhm.
We have digital now
Yes.
that allows us to be able to put something on a tripod or put something on a particular angle, something, and secure it and let it just run
Right.
the entire scene. For me, I would like to have something like that because of what we were just talking about. Perspective. Sometimes someone else's or something else's perspective when it comes to personifying a camera gives a better better shot, better emphasis, better something than maybe what you originally intended.
Oh God, yes.
Right? So have you had situations where something like that has happened?
Oh, I'm seeing it all the time. With my film Tell Your Children, when I do have a scene in mind on, okay, this is what we're going to shoot. In my head, I have it set on how I want it to look. But once we get on location, either logistics or whatever, and I have to change things on the fly. There's one scene where one of the main characters, Tim Hale, he plays Bill, and he's catching Rico Bothier, who plays Ralph, attempted raping Mary, who's played by Amber Burns. And we're just talking about that 180-degree rule on how you don't like to break it.
Right.
In one scene, we broke it 7 times. Because we got Bill coming in from one way and then seeing what's going on in the couch, following him, just a continued track, he picks Ralphie up from the couch, and we switch to this side to give them enough room to start fighting. Then we go back to a different angle, and we come around again. But you're seeing like a full 360-degree perspective on this fight that is happening against the wall.
And there are a lot of times when you don't get that kind of content, but it would be beneficial to have that. And so what's cool is that you're bringing that perspective that we don't normally see, which allows for your piece to stand out.
Yeah. I mean, the 180-degree rule, it's a rule that could be broken.
Do you think that some of these things that they're talking about, do you think that they are obsolete? Or do you think that maybe the current process by which we shoot these films is making that obsolete?
I wouldn't say obsolete. I think that's the wrong word you're using there. I would say more of a guideline. Generally, you would like to follow the 180-degree rule, especially like in a drama or not necessarily a comedy, but like something suspenseful, and you got 2 people or more talking, and boom, you get it from one side.
Right.
The different angles from that one side.
Okay.
Horror breaks rules constantly. You could get away with breaking that 180-degree rule. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's obsolete. It's just certain films, it's not needed. It's a rule that we toss out the window. It's not obsolete. It's just, okay, we see it as a guideline.
It's
okay.
not genre specific. You don't have to fit to that mold. And that's part of what also adds for the suspense and can add to the characterization.
Right. And in action breaks that 180-degree rule all the time. You
Right.
see, how many times have you seen a fight shot from like 12 different angles? Yeah, it's just a guideline, in my opinion.
All right, so I want to give a couple of shout outs to some of the people that are in and watching. Let's see. Roberto Giuseppe Antonio Polito is watching, and thank you very much for that,
Thank you.
Roberto. We also have Joel D. Winecoop, who knows a lot, and I mean a lot, about B-movie films and horror films and all of this
Check
other
mine out, dude.
cool stuff. Yeah, he is an amazing individual. Joel D. Winecoop. Get on to Facebook and check his page out. And so James Barker, is that name again? Says to fix or not break the 180 is show a movement like a med shot.
Medium shot.
Medium. Okay. All right. Interesting. And yes, Forbidden Kingdom. One shot action, all, and it's like non-stop. And I love that movie, Forbidden Kingdom. You should check it out.
And I'm frozen, probably.
Very cool. All right, so let's talk about the importance of blocking a scene.
I really, well,
There's a couple of scenes that you blocked out.
well, I do that on the editing board, actually, with Pinnacle.
Okay, talk about that
A
then.
lot of our shots are medium to medium close. You know, whether it be from this angle or that angle, but we generally stick to medium close.
Okay.
If I want to focus in on something, I'll take it in Pinnacle, and then I'll just do a zoom in on that particular item. Like there's a scene where Terry Bisgrove, who plays May Coleman, is handing Rico what we call a reefer. It's more or less just a cigarette.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to focus in on that cigarette that passing off, even though both of them were in frame. When I got it on the editing board, I just did a zoom right in onto that cigarette, and then pan back out, and everything was normal. So I don't necessarily block scenes out on set. I'll do it in Pinnacle.
Okay. Talk a little bit more about Pinnacle. How much it costs, or if there's a free version, or any of that kind of thing for people that might not know about this program.
I'm going back about a year and a half or so. I don't know if they still offer it or not, but there is a 30-day trial. And I edited a short that we did in 2017 called Divine Intervention with the trial. So you can use it to edit whatever you want in that 30 days.
Mm-hmm.
Past that, I got it on sale for $69.95 for Studio 21. And Studio 22 is out now, normal $122, but it's on sale for like $70.
All right, so it's well worth putting into
Oh yeah,
it.
and of course you got your essential add-ons that you have to get, you know, for certain lighting features and
Now,
whatnot.
the next thing that I would like to ask you about that is, what level should you be at before you go and use this, or is it something that you could just start using and learning as you go?
A little bit of both, actually.
Okay.
It's very, very user-friendly. It's not like Adobe where you got to take a day class at the bare minimum.
Right.
If you know basic editing, even if you ever use something like Windows Media, the media editor that it comes with,
Mm-hmm.
something that stupid. I call it stupid because it's very, very generic and basic.
It's basic. It's very basic, but it's useful if you're
right.
just getting into the pool.
Right. If you know that, you could do Pinnacle.
Okay.
Without it, and it'll give you a lot extra features. And that selective coloring that I was talking about, initially in Pinnacle, I had to do it as an overlay with the bottom layer being black and white, and the top layer selected coloring. I think they call it a chroma key. just plucking out the color and chroma key and then doing it as an overlay.
Mm-hmm.
But in 21, selective coloring, you just click a button, selective coloring, click the 1, 2, or 3 colors you want to use, release, and it does the work for you.
That's cool. That's very cool. So there's some things that would be very, very useful in picking up that particular
Yes.
product. Yes, do it.
Yeah,
All right.
I do know a lot of people that use Adobe and DaVinci Resolve. In fact, one of my good friends, Chad Nauer, uses DaVinci Resolve. And the only reason why I haven't switched over to even DaVinci, which is free and it's a very good program, is because of that selective coloring feature.
Okay.
I really, really hate doing overlays. I would rather just click a button, click my colors, and be done with it.
Okay. I mean, that's you can either do it the hard way,
Right.
which I don't know. I kind of sort of like in the beginning doing it the hard way. That way you learn why it's important to do.
Right.
And then as you are like, if you're at that level where Doug is, then you appreciate all the work that it would take to go into it. Really, really appreciate that little button, blink, that you can
Oh God, yeah.
tweak it and go.
I'll use one scene in particular. It's about midway through, and it's literally a one take scene with Matt Cain, and Amber Burns and Legacy Verse. God, I'm drawing a blank on his name. I'm sorry, but people who are watching this probably
They'll know.
And I wanted to really focus in on Matt Cain's pink shirt. In that particular scene, he was the star of that scene. So I wanted to pluck him out with his pink shirt.
Was he? Is that the scene that they were walking on the street, on the sidewalk?
No. Okay. Matt Cain plays one of the detectives.
All right.
I don't think, in fact, he was in the trailer really quick for, I think it was a second and a half. He's busting through the door and he's got his gun drawn.
Okay.
And like a full figure, just walk past it for like a second. But anyways, I wanted to pluck just his pink shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Pinnacle on the overlay. It took 8 hours just to get that 1 2-minute scene.
Wow.
I'm like, there's got to be a better way.
Wow.
So when I saw the 21 offering this new selective coloring, download, upgrade, let's check it out. That same scene went from 8 hours to 30 seconds on editing. All I did, select pink color, and it did all that's transforming. Done. Thank you.
Oh, wow. All right. So we do a lot of teaching on this show. There are a lot of good people who have put a lot of time into creating films and books, special effects, and all this other kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So just learn from them. We are always at our top of our game when we are willing to be able to take advice from people who have gone before. So very, very important there. So back to script supervisor. There are lots of different kinds of things that you've had to learn. And as you are going along and you're doing this role as a script supervisor, are you now more aware of other details when it comes to doing your own work?
Absolutely. It's the details, the very small details that matter. Like tell your children I'm doing everything kind of free-nilly, no script supervisor, continuity is a little off, yada, 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 typical B-rated stuff. But we want to be specific and be on point with Amy's feature, Letters to Daniel.
Mm-hmm.
And if she has in the script flower pot, I have to make sure that that flower pot is going to be on set. I'm going to put it in every report that there is a prop flower pot spot to make sure, you know, it fits.
The other thing is though, you how do you go and block the scene to make sure that that flower pot is in the shot? Who does that part of it?
That would be more or less on the DP and the director, would be my guess.
So you just have to make sure that it's where it's supposed to be.
It's there, right. Now, once the DP or whoever's on camera starts filming, hopefully there's a feedback to a monitor where Amy and I are watching, and I can see, okay, well, the flower pot is not exactly in frame. Mark, I need you to move over about 3 steps to your right.
Right, yes. Awesome. So what do you think about being respected enough to be able to have someone say, do you want this role as script supervisor for my film?
Oh, first, I was absolutely floored. I was honored. I could not even believe I was even offered that. You know, obviously, you watch film all the time. You've heard script supervisor, you know, or seen script supervisor run across the credits. When I was on Johnny Woo's set for Inner Self, he had a script supervisor, Cynthia Graham. And, you know, I'm just trying to watch what she's doing, but I'm being a PA, so I couldn't really focus on her role.
Right.
So I had to learn on the fly. I went to YouTube. What is a script supervisor? Script supervisor tutorials. I mean, I found this one guy. I can't remember his name because
There's no shame in going to YouTube and going, what the heck do I do with this?
And this one guy that I found, he put out an 8 or a 10 segment tutorial of, you know, different clips of what is a script supervisor, and he took each part and made a whole clip on it. You know, once you get your script, here's what you do. Your next step is this. Your next step is this. Your next step is this, and yada, yada, yada.
Right.
So I was learning from him on what to do when Amy's looking for something. Okay, I'm not quite ready for that because according to him, you know, let's wait till part 3, you know, let me work on 1 and 2 first.
Right.
You know, so I'll take her request, put that aside until I'm done with 1 and 2.
Right. Absolutely. All right. So I can't, I kind of sort of wish that I could actually see the live, the Facebook scrollings and all of that kind of stuff, because that's actually kind of cool, but it's very distracting. I'm like,
right. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. So let's go and chat a little bit about Horror Hotel. Okay. And from the perspective of placing some of your work into Horror Hotel, or also meeting people, the importance of community when it comes to conventions as it is in a whole, but let's kind of gear it towards Horror Hotel, because we really want to give the viewers an experience of what it's like to go to that particular convention in Hudson, Ohio.
Well, what makes Horror Hotel, I think, a little bit different or unique, at least from what I'm hearing from others who do a lot of convention circuits, is Horror Hotel it feels a little bit smaller, even though it's not. It's rated like one of the top 50 conventions in America or something to that effect, but it's pretty high up there.
Yes.
But it feels like it's very, very small, and with that small feeling, you walk in and you immediately feel welcome. Everybody there is there to help, you know, talk to, interact. they want to talk film. They want to meet new people, so you don't have to feel shy or feel like you're the person sitting in the corner. Like, go up to people and just interact and meet them, and they may know something that you don't, but you
Right.
want to learn. Like if I wanted to learn, let's say, editing, I'm going to go to Horror Hotel. I'm going to befriend a lot of editors. Say, hey, what do you do with this particular thing? Even as a fan, to go and meet the people who create the films that you see, it's an absolute experience that you.
Right.
It's almost kind of hard to put into words because it's that unique, and it's a great festival. It's very tightly ran. Everybody sees each other as family and always willing to help.
Absolutely. All right. I have a thing that I want to read off specifically for Christina Michelle, who is one of the co-creators of Horror Hotel. She says, join us next week. We're going to be, and join us, Zombie Palooza Radio Live is going to be
Yes,
over
we
there
will be
too,
there.
doing in-person interviews. All right, so there's going to be filmmakers from all over the globe. And when I say all over the globe, I mean like India and Japan, Nepal, and places down under like Australia, and of course, from all 50 states, 51 states. How many are there now? Anyway,
50.
Hawaii in there too, and Alaska and all that other kind of fun stuff. There are a lot of people that are very, very invested in putting their work in to making these productions very, very, very much appropriate for your consumption. And all right, so 2019 Horror Hotel is the 6th through the 9th. It is 3 solid days of movies, conventions, film creatives, all these other, and we have a flyby moth here. Yeah. Festival this year will feature over 100 indie horror and genre films from around the world. It's 2 days of film lectures, panel discussions, live competitions for Scream Queen, Scream King, and special. They will also have special effects demonstrations, and that's really kind of cool. I like that. So you're going to have makeup artists and vendors and special guests, and the most important thing, and part of the main reason why we go, is for the networking. I have met some incredible people who I'm still friends with and have had on the show multiple times, because not only their work is really well based, but they are people with whom I feel a connection because they're serious about what they do and they're in it for the long haul. We also are able to help each other and allow for learning experience on both sides of the fence, because even though I've been doing interviews now on this show, we're in our 7th year, there's always something different, maybe a new topic, a new technique, a new way, new perspectives. Always, every person has their own genuine experience. And so it's vital, if you are an indie producer of whatever it is, whether it be I don't know, you could be producing a magazine, or you could be producing films, or doing special effects, or music, or anything that goes along with that. There are a lot of people too that they produce screenplays, and that's their main way of being able to show the kinds of things that they're creatively interested in. So it's a wonderful 3-day solid event, get into doing that. And that's also where we do a lot of talking about Film Freeway, because a lot of times when I sit down with some of these creatives for the 10 to 15 minutes that I get to share with them, they talk about that .com like one after another. So please take the time to look into that. Let's see if there's anything going on over here.
Yeah, last year at Horror Hotel, I went just to support Christina and Ray. Yeah, I think
Ray
I saw.
Such, yeah, Ray Such and Christina Michelle.
I think I saw 2 movies the entire time I was there. I was more for the networking and supporting them. If they needed to walk away from the front table, hey Doug, can you come over here and watch table for 10 minutes? Sure.
It's these 2 people, Ray Such and Christina Michelle, are some of the hardest working people that produce in shows like these conventions. They're not easy to deal with. There is so many pieces. Now, we were talking earlier about how many pieces that you have, working with the screenplay and making sure that things are where they're supposed to be. These people, they have more than 100 people that they have to become responsible for, because they need to make sure that they're in the right place at the right time to be able to get done what they need to do, and they're constantly on the move. And so it takes a lot to be able to put this thing together, and they're not charging a whole lot to actually come into to see all of these films and be able to have that kind of experience. It's very reasonable.
Yeah, I think for the entire time, the whole 4-day event, I think it's like a $55 package, and you get to see all the panel discussions, all the films, take part in anything that's there, and for 3-4 days, $55. That's not a bad deal at all.
Hey,
you can look in the network and meet new filmmakers.
Right, exactly, right. All right, so there was something that Christina said that I was allowed to do.
You were allowed to do.
Yeah. Oh, and I need to mention too also that Gary Jones is going to be back again this year.
Yes.
And he is showing one of his movies that he directed called Boogeyman 3.
Oh, okay. Let's see if
you gotta see this.
Yeah.
You gotta see this.
Gary Jones, love the man to death. One of the nicest people you could ever meet in this industry. He's been doing it for 30 years, somewhere around there.
He's got incredible experience now.
Ohio-based. He's a really cool guy. I would love to work with him on an up-and-coming project that me and Rick Plummer are discussing, Rise of Baby Boy. I would love for him to come work on that thing.
Some of the kinds of films that you're going to be seeing at Horror Hotel, there's horror comedy, there's slasher, there's suspense, there's sci-fi, there's experimental, student films, music videos. They got all kinds of. Yeah. Oh, all right. So when I first started going to film festivals, I got a small knowledge base on the different kinds of films that can be submitted to film festivals. And I would think, well, okay, so you make a film, maybe it's like half an hour, for a short film, or 15 minutes to a half an hour is a short film, and they start from short film and they go up to oh, hell no. There is such an animal called a microfilm. And the microfilm give them a little idea what a microfilm is.
You tell a whole story in 15 seconds.
Now, I have seen some of these microfilms, and it can be done.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
And I'm like, what did I just watch? And it wasn't like a, oh, crikey, what did I just watch? It was a, what the did I just watch? Because it was bam, 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 bam. Remember how Bill was talking about action,
Quick
action,
cuts.
action, action, and
Quick cuts.
it was all of that.
Yep.
And I'm like, I felt like I went through a blender,
Yeah, I mean,
but that I liked it, and I went, what?
there's what, the 2-minute film challenge, the 30-second challenge, and even the extreme 15-second challenge. We start to finish everything in 15 seconds.
I'm like,
Seems impossible, but it is very, very doable if you really
you
think
have
about it.
to really know how to shoot
Yeah.
a scene. And
Yeah.
it is so precise in what you're doing that every color, every action, every movement, everything
Yep.
better
I can
damn well
get
be spot on.
the quickest that I've
Incredible.
been able to at least write for, we still have to film it, but the quickest film that I have is about 1.5 minutes. If I could film that and use that as a base, I might be able to chop it down even further to like a 30-second. But the quickest one I got is about 1.5 minutes.
And how long have you been doing film?
Film itself, 2017 was my foot in the door, but
Okay.
I've been writing competitively since 2015, so only 4 years.
So you have a good enough knowledge base to say, I still haven't gotten to that point.
Yes, that is 100% correct. Now, a lot of people, pardon my language, but a lot of people have a bigger set of brass balls than I do and
Right.
are willing to try that fresh out of the gate. Good luck. That's all I got to say. I'm 4 years in, which compared to a lot of people that I know is nowhere as close.
You can do it.
Yeah.
Doing it and doing it well.
Well are two different things. Yeah, I'm not even crazy enough to try a 30 or 15-second challenge.
There are a lot of things that go into that. But anyway, I digress. I was going to tell you, let's see here. Yeah. She said if you do a live chat, it could be as simple as the first 2 people who comment, or you could ask a question related to the show that they have to get the answer right to win. And so there are a couple of themes that have gone through this entire show. And there is at least one word that I have said multiple times. And to win a package to Horror Hotel in Hudson, Ohio, you need to know the word. Should I say the word? I mean, because we're already like so close down to the down. Oh, I don't know what to do here. I need to probably, do I say it again or do I?
You can't say it again. If they got to guess the word, you can't say it again because then it'll be, pointless.
I know, right? But I will
just ask them,
tell
what is
you,
that word?
I will tell you, it is a it's a 6-letter word. It has to do with, ooh, this is tough. It's a 6-letter word. And if you are a creative, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have anything specific to do with film or books or screens or anything like that. Anybody could have this. And it's really important to be. Well, then that makes the word a little longer. That makes it 8 letters. So it's a couple of clues. That's gonna be really tough. Yeah. And then we got to give him something easy. What would be something easy?
Something easy?
Let me think. Oh, I know. Where is Hor Hotel?
Oh,
What city is Hor Hotel in? And that's really easy
yeah. That is super easy.
because I've said it, I know, a bunch of times just
I've said it.
this segment.
I've said it.
And I said it, I think, also too in the very beginning.
Very beginning. Yep. Yes,
yeah,
we did.
So, yeah, what city is Hor Hotel in? And so that's the easy question. The harder question is, what word did I repeat a lot? Has to do with yourself. It's across genres, also across skill set for films or books or special effects or anything like that. And it's about you and your viewpoint. That's the last clue. And let's see, if you get the really hard one, let's see, what do we got going on here? I'm scrolling through her message from earlier, so give me a minute. And you can, if you decide that you want to do this, private message me or send your answer to zombiepaloozaradio@gmail.com and do it before the 6th. And
yeah,
I'd like to announce the winners. We'll probably announce the winners on the page. On both my main page for Facebook Live and then the show page, Zombie Palooza Radio Live. We'll put the names of the winners on there. And let's see, where is the, what? Trying to look for what the passes are. And I don't want to say like right now, because then if I say the wrong thing,
somebody's gonna kill you. And you don't want the wrath of Lamium.
I like them. I don't want them mad at me.
Right.
I don't know if she actually. She doesn't tell me how many tickets there are. I think there are 4 tickets available. So I'd imagine 2 tickets per person. So we got 2
Yeah,
questions.
probably.
So hopefully someone will get the really hard one and someone will get the really easy one.
The easy one should be easy.
Yeah.
Wicked too easy.
Super, super easy.
Then it's easy for us because we go there every year.
Right. All right. So,
Yes, ma'am.
figure it out. Let's see. Yeah, and you also want to make sure that you're close enough. It is in Ohio. We just need you to name the city that it's in, and hopefully you're close enough to be able to actually go. Or you can also give the tickets to someone that is closer by if you actually can't make it. But we really would like people to be as close as possible to where this is. And let's see, going back over to my stream on the Facebook Live and see if there are any questions, comments, or wow, 91 comments on this broadcast altogether so far, and 13 shares. Yeah! Thank you so much to everyone that has participated this evening. We really appreciate that. All right, so anything else that you want to, yeah, my connection is unstable again, which means I'm probably going to freeze up again. Woohoo! And on that note, folks, is there anything else that you would like people to know, either about your work, your trailer, or any shout out you want to give before I decide to end the broadcast?
Well, I mean, the biggest shout out right now that I got to give is to every actor that has been part of Tell Your Children. Well, not just actors, but people backstage. You know, the PAs, Rick and Jonathan Plummer, Linda Santa, Andrew Santa, who made the trailer all bloodied up as the kid. You know, I think it was great. My stars: Brandon Bell, Colin Johnson, Amber Burns, Tim Hale, Eric William, everybody. I have about 50 to 75 names.
Awesome.
I got. Yeah, I really have to thank, and there's no way I could do it in the time allotted, because knowing me, I would say something specific to everybody. But everybody who has been part of this, thank you. You do not know what this means to me. It's been an absolute surreal experience. Thank you all. And my awesome cinematographer, DP, Austin Rospert. Dude, you are amazing. Anybody in Ohio, contact this kid if you need something to film. He shoots with two handheld cameras, but if he does this quality with handheld, I cannot wait to see what this kid could do with professional gear and a budget. His work has been absolutely flippin' amazing. I recommend him highly as a DP.
That's awesome. All right. So usually I have my co-host Deddor William check us out and like close the door and all that kind of stuff, but he's not here today.
Yeah,
so what I would like to do is say thank you to everyone who has been on the show, all of the questions and comments from our people that have looked at the Facebook Live post. I really appreciate that. I know our guests do too. And hey, if you've got a guest suggestion, or if you want to be a guest yourself, go ahead and email me at zombiepaloozaradio@gmail.com, and I'll get back to you. And I try to look at my emails, like, at least on the daily. So the other way that you can get a hold of me is to message me directly and let me know whether or not you want to do this and give it a whirl. And to all those who enjoy the genres of horror and zombies, and apocalyptic fiction. Good night, good morning, good afternoon. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.